A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages. Welcome back to the third and penultimate round of Rotax Max Challenge Germany here on the official Camper Company GmbH YouTube channel. My name is Alex Goldschmidt, your official English live stream commentator. And we are at the fantastic Kerpen circuit in Western Germany. So, from the far east of Mulsen a few weeks ago, we are now over in far western Germany, not too far off of the Belgian-German border. This track, established and opened back in early 1980, has been around in circulation for over 4 decades. 1,107 metres in length. It's about 7 metres wide at certain parts of the circuit. Very tight, very fast, very technical, and also is very world renowned through the Schumacher racing name. Of course, the legacy that has been left by the likes of Michael and Ralf Schumacher over years past. But today we are getting towards the business end of the season. So over the course of the next day and a half, we will have 7 minutes of qualifying for each of the 6 classes. We have over 100 drivers here at this fantastic circuit, which I had the opportunity, just by sheer accident, commentating on it for RMC Clubsport back in late 2019. A circuit that is I've really enjoyed commentating at, and it's wonderful to see it back on the RMC Germany calendar. We have a total of 24 races over the course of the next day and a half, with about 4.5 hours of Rotax racing action to keep you all entertained over the course of the next day and a half. So, looking at some of the standings, we've got about 8 minutes to fill, so we'll get the championship standings out of the way. In Micromax, following on from what happened at Mulsen, Noah Janssen in the number 31 has been the class of the field, 133 points to the number 31. Arjen Kreling in the number 62 has also picked up a victory this year back at Mulsen, is only 26 points behind. Gabriel Hoffmann had a very good start in the heats rankings back at Wackersdorf in late June of this year. And has had a very consistent season. Currently third on the point standings in 102 points. Niklas Casarino, who also returns back once again for the third round of the season, fourth in the standings, ahead of Christos Malakos, who rounds out the top 5. Then it's Tim Steger, Leopold Juch, and Stavros Tsotos Francia, who wasn't actually present at Mulsen, but did turn up for the season opener at Wackersdorf. In Minimax, Mika Trapp leads the way by a comfortable 44-point margin ahead of Kartschmied's Alexander Klugel in the 180. Simon Meyer in the 145 is a point behind Alexander Klugel and rounds out the top 5. David Girouche is also in the mix, currently rounding out the top 4 ahead of Matthias Schulte and Kenyon Washington. So the good thing is, Kenyon Washington currently 77 points behind the points leader. 9 Bretag, Devin Leon Ukar and Romono Hummel round out the 9 strong in that class. Farin Mega, last year's vice champion, leads the standings by just a mere 33 points ahead of Nikita Genza. Rafael Renhover, who has had a bit of a topsy-turvy year, not just in terms of what we've seen in RMC Germany, but also in the Euro Trophy, where he did have a substantial, hefty accident at Adria earlier on this year, but is back to full fitness. Denmark's Mikkel Pedersen rounds out the top 4, 51 points adrift of the current championship leader. Nevio Fischer in 5th. Rafael Balzer rounds out the top 6 there, Vianney Stiak. Lewis Heichel. Austin Lee is not here this weekend, currently back over stateside in the United States and will be back hopefully later on this season. Montego Masson rounds out the top 10, covered by 108 points from top to bottom. Coming on to seniors, we also have Linus Henson. Last year's champion, very dominant last year as well, has a 35-point advantage over Luca Thiel. Bennett Arends from RS Competition is third in the standings, but is 73 points adrift of Henson. And the same could be said for Luca Köster, who also is 73 points adrift, but ties with Bennett Arends on points. But Arends, due to successes this season, is actually above in the standings. Giuseppe Fico in the 394 rounds out the top 5, ahead of Finn Stiak, Lucas Hartmann, Darius Nitu, Morris Schmeis, and Max Busch rounds out the top 10, covered by 95 points. The final two classes, of course, DD2 and DD2 Masters, are close, very close indeed. With the top three, that's Mika Metz leading the way for Dor Motorsport in the 464, leading by just 12 points, ahead of Fabian Bock from Voigt Motorsport and Nies Racing's and Florian Breitenbach. They are covered by just 12 points, the top three. Marcel Steinert from FM Racing rounds out the top four, ahead of Yannick Jacobs, the returning Laurent Seifried, who has gotten back into racing this season. Also with FM Racing, Mark Bartels, Ronnie Göttler, Robert Chopian, and Hannes Bodder round out the top 10, covered by 59 points. But then in DD2 Masters, it gets even closer still. Daniel Schollenberger leads the way after taking a first, won the heats rankings, it looks like. Also, the first race on the Sunday at Mulsen, and finished third in race 2. Puts him 8 points ahead of Michael Becker in the 526. Marco Winkler has really come on song this season, running now with FD Motorsport on the Parolin chassis. 566 now is 18 points adrift of Schollenberger, with Grabau a further point adrift, and Tommy Helfinger rounds out the top 5. Andreas Frenzel on 6th position with 52 points. Patrick Weinstock down in 7th, ahead of Lennart Schreiber. Thomas Piert, who has been showing some good signs of pace on the Praga chassis in the 550. However, a very, very different story unfolded at Mulsen for the Praga driver. Klaus Panet, Konrad Bayer, Tanju Yildiz, Tobias Gref, Rainer Braun, Nico Heiner, Falco Bergholz, and Andreas Neumann round out the 17 DD2 Masters that have competed so far this season. And every session called by myself on the dedicated live stream on the Camp Company GmbH YouTube channel will be provisional, pending any sporting and technical checks. So for those wondering what is the format, well, for those that have joined us for the very first time, we bid you a warm welcome. It is very sunny in Kerpen at the moment. Temperatures around about 25 degrees Celsius. And it looks to be hitting highs of 26, so the drivers will be having to hydrate on a regular basis and also keep themselves up to par. So very shortly we will be getting underway with our first of 6 qualifying sessions, each of which are 7 minutes in duration. And then at about 3:05 local time here in Germany, we will kickstart the racing action, the first of 12 races. So what happens is that qualifying decides the grids for each respective race for the heats, and then as a result of the intermediate classification following the results, you will then know who will be in what position for the first race tomorrow, and then that race decides the grid for the final race of the weekend. So effectively, it's very much, you've got heats, you've got a pre-final, and you've got a final. And the heats, so the ranking after the heats, the pre-final and the final, each one has points towards the championship. Now, drop scores will be involved at the end of the season, but they haven't been taken into consideration quite yet. So, also, with regards to the races today, 7 minutes plus 1 lap will be for Micro, Mini and Junior. Senior, DD2 and DD2 Masters will all have 10-minute plus 1 additional lap races here today, and we should be concluding at probably just past 25 to 7 local time here in Kerpen, depending on any delays or any stoppages. So the first session now getting underway. The timer has started counting down, and we are out for qualifying for Micromax. Juliana Marie Schultz is the first driver out there, along with Arjen Kreling and Carlos Nies. Len Abbas has also joined along with Max Moore. Tim Steger, Leon Blazkowicz also out there in the number 18. And one of the good things about this circuit here at Kerpen is you've got plenty of opportunities for overtaking, but you've also got these lovely twisty sections which are being circumnavigated. According to the entry books via the Rotax global app, there are 13 Micromax drivers set to take part in this weekend's festivities. As there's Len Abbas being followed by the other drivers. Now, I'm not too sure if anyone's missing a transponder, but they are starting to cross the line. Arjen Kreling, provisional top at the moment with 5 minutes and 48 seconds still to go on the clock. 53.679. That is nearly 7 tenths quicker than Carlos Nies in the number 15. Max Moore in the number 17. Len Abbas, Tim Steger. Noah Janssen yet to set a benchmark, but instantly goes top, followed quickly by Nicolas Casarino in the number 12 entry. Casarino was in the top 3 at the end of the season last year when we hosted the podium celebrations for the championship standings at Witgenborn, where the championship will head for the final round of the season. That is the 2nd and 3rd of October. So Carlos Nies jumps into the 52s, then so does Len Abbas, Arjen Kreling, Nicolas Casarino just outside by about 4 tenths. Some drivers making their way through into the hairpin at turn 2. Very deceptive here at Kerpen, that you do have a pretty much a kink as they go down across the start-finish line, but through these twisty sections, which is something where you can really carry the momentum through. Noah Janssen goes provisional pole with just over 4.5 minutes to go. That's a 52.022 for the number 31, running on the Comp Kart chassis. So at the moment, the top 6 rounded out by the number 95 of Gabriel Hoffmann, covered by 0.63 of a second. Carlos Nies goes second, and to within 62 thousandths of Noah Janssen with a 52.084 from the number 15. Fast approaching the halfway point of the session. Tim Steger and Leon Blazkowicz go up into 8th and 9th respectively. Juliana Marie Schultz in the number 13 rounds out the top 10. It is 7.5 tenths that covers the top 6. Well, it was until Gabriel Hoffmann improved on time, a 52.561 from the number 95. Gets into within 0.67 of a second from pole position. But at the moment, Noah Janssen, first driver in this session to go sub 52 seconds, 51.898. Carlos Nies improves and goes to within a tenth and a half, 52.043. And then Abbas rounds out the top 5. Max Moore does a personal best, but does not improve in terms of position, 53.220. It's 4 tenths off of Christos Malakos in the number 27. Drivers as Noah Janssen again. That is on cue, on point. Noah Janssen quickly jumps up further away from Carlos Nies. That's nearly 3.5 tenths. Noah Janssen has been the driver that has really stood out. Maximilian Pilch, last year's champion. Well, apologies for the technical issues we seem to be having at the moment, but qualifying in the latter stages underway for Minimax, and Simon Mayer at the moment is currently leading the way on a 48.243 second lap time. Matthias Schulte, Alexander Klugel completing the top three. Simon Mayer has gone actually quicker still by well over 0.32 of a second, or 0.32 seconds ahead of Matthias Schulte. The checkered flag is out. Devin Leon Ukar will complete the top 8, but Simon Mayer, according to the live timing, is showing up as your provisional pole sitter. Some drivers coming across the line. Matthias Schulte does not improve on the final lap. Mika Tap P5, Kenyon Washington down in 9th position.
gewertet wird. Alexander Klügel auf 3, Karin Bretag auf der 4. Position und erst dann Tabellenführer Mika Trapp auf für die Vorläufe hier dann ab Navierung auf 6, Robert Meyer und Levi Leon Ucker. Den Vorgeschichten der Webseite hier das Feld, Top 10, die Fahrer, die Start in den Mini. Dann wird das die Aufstellung und die Startaufstellung sein. Meyer und Schulze in Reihe 1, Klügel Petag Reihe 2, Trapp und Giro aus der dritten Startreihe.
So, 2 sessions in qualification completed. Simon Mayer takes provisional pole in Minimax by 0.324 seconds ahead of the number 150 of Matthias Schulte. Alexander Klugel completes the top 3 with Naim Bretag just 7/100ths outside of the top 3 positions. Mika Trapp further nigh on half a tenth away. Then it's a further 28 thousandths down to David Girouche, as they now get things underway for one of the more subscribed classes, Junior Rotax. Another 7 minutes on the clock gets underway. 14 of the drivers that are here this weekend in Western Germany are out onto the circuit. Lewis Jacobs and David Schnell, the first 2 out, along with Mikkel Pedersen, Rafael Renhofer, and also the returning Mathis Turlo, who joined us back in Musen, having some preparation for the Euro Trophy, which actually followed the week after our second round of the championship, which we had 2 rounds within a couple of weeks of each other. Nikita Genza, Rafael Balzer, Lewis Heichel, Jonas Ungnada also all come out of the pre-grid. So things building up to speed. Fahin Mega and also Bruno Mulders now in the mix. 23, Maximilian Schrei makes it 24 carts out onto this circuit. And short, so definitely order of the day here in Kerpen. 25, 26 degrees Celsius. As Mathis Turlo is at the top of the timesheets at the moment with 5.5 minutes of the session remaining. 48.219 for the Dutchman. In the 242, there's Renhofer, Montego Maassen, Louis Jacobs, and Mikkel Pedersen rounding out the top 5. Jonas Sungnada, who had a bit of a moment in free practice earlier on, goes up to 14th. Farin Mega and Bruno Molders rounding out the top 16 at the moment, as Nevio Fischer from RS Competition goes to the top of the timesheets. Gregor Feigenspan up to P10 in the 211 from Kraft Motorsport. The gaps are very, very close indeed between Hugo Gürtel and Jonny Martz for 8th position. 2 1,000 separate them. And 6 1,000s between Rafael Renhofer in 5th and Mathis Turlo rounding out the top 6 positions. And Ole Gladen is 2 1,000s behind Moritz Volber in qualifying. It's a very tight circuit here at Kerpen. You can just see as they come through the final corner, there's a nice little bit of a chicane that puts them through into the final left-hander, which is a sweeping hairpin. And there is the first main corner on the circuit. It's pretty much a 180-degree right-hander, and I've seen quite a few trials and tribulations for drivers in championships past where that corner can catch some people out. So 24 drivers. Janis Diak leads the way in the 239 ahead of current championship leader Farin Mega. Bruno Molders in 3rd ahead of Nevio Fischer, Rafael Renhofer, Tom Müller, Jonny Martz, Leandro Fischer, Louis Jacobs and Adrian Hoare round out the top 10. But that has quickly been changed courtesy of the 217 of Rafael Balzer, who goes to the top of the timesheets on a 45.951, but instantly current championship leader and last year's vice champion Farin Mega goes to the top of the timesheets, 45.762. Leandro Fischer now up into 4th. Gregor Feigenspan now up into 17th position. And the entire field, all 24 drivers, covered by 1.091 seconds. I expect these lap times to drop further still in the coming 3 minutes or so. Some will make their way across the line. One of them will be Rafael Balzer very shortly. Nikita Genzer up to P2. Then Lewis Heichel, the youngster from Vike Motorsport, goes what is now 4th place as Mathis Turlo and Bruno Molders make it an all-Dutch top 2. And they're covered by just over a tenth, just under a tenth and a half between the pair of them. Leandro Fischer in what is now 9th place behind Rafael Balzer. Gregor Feigenspan all the way down in 23rd position. But Mikkel Pedersen from Denmark now down in 24th and stone dead last. Lewis Detling goes behind Lewis Heichel by just 9 1,000ths of a second, as some of the drivers such as Montego Maassen, who I've just spotted coming through the final chicane into the left-hander. And coming across the line, you get a really good slipstream going down through into turn 2 here. And that can be a real good opportunity. Mathis Turlo goes in and puts in a 46.0. Rafael Balzer is getting even faster. Now this youngster, let's not forget last season, the 217 with Buda Kart Racing Team was the top rookie after the championship standings were ratified and confirmed. And Rafael Balzer is a tenth quicker than Bruno Molders to the decimal point. 1 minute and 40 on the clock remaining. And Mathis Turlo looking to secure a well-needed pole position for the qualifying heats. Rafael Renhofer now jumps ahead of Bruno Molders. Janis Diak up to 7th. Montego Maassen was 13th until Mikkel Pedersen decided to jump up into P8. Cheeky young Dane. But Mikkel Pedersen doing dual duties, running in the Euro Trophy at the moment, which will head to its final round in a couple of weekends' time at the Pro Kart Racing Circuit in Wackersdorf in Bavaria. And our championship, RMC Germany, has already visited the circuit as the opening round of the season. There is Tom Müller in leading this slight train here in the number 220. Must be 42 competition colours he's running under these days. Probably has the support of the team as we now head into the last 30 or so seconds. And 27 seconds on the clock. Mattis Turlo looking to have that chance. But Mikkel Pedersen has gone to within 1/100th on his, and he's got another lap in the bag as Mikkel Pedersen. Rafael Henhofer, okay, 18 thousandths separate the top three in this session. A further quarter of a tenth back to Rafael Balzer. Checkered flag is out. Janis Stiak in 5th. Jacobs in 12th. Montego Marsen. Mikkel Pedersen not able to improve on his final attempt. Matthijs Turlo comes across the line. Knows that pole is pretty much his. 45.601 for the Dutchman. And then it's a Dane just behind. Janis Stiak, Fine Mega, only able to muster up to 6th, but when you look at the top 8 positions, covered by just under 0.17 of a second, no gap was higher than 0.52. Full course yellows employed. So Matthijs Turlo takes pole position in time, qualifying ahead of Mikkel Pedersen. Well, no, hang on a second. Oh my goodness, Rafael Henhofer by the narrowest of margins, 45.6 seconds exactly to the decimal point, beating Matthijs Turlo by 1/1000th. You couldn't have called it any closer than that. Mikkel Pedersen rounds out the top 3. Good effort by Rafael Balzer, which sees the top 4 completed by 44 thousandths of a second. Janis Stiak in 5th. Fine Mega, Bruno Modders, Nevio Fischer, Lewis Heichel, and Lewis Dedling round out the top 10, covered by 0.288 seconds. The entire 24 Junior Rotax grid covered by 0.779 seconds. So Nikita Genza 11th, Lewis Jacobs 12th, ahead of Leandro Fischer. Montego Marsen, Maximilian Schreier, Jonny Mertz, Olli Glan, Jonas Ungnade, David Schnell, Moritz Volber, Tom Müller, Adrian Rohr, Hugo Gürtel, and Gregor Feigenspan. That is the 24 strong. So, as you can see, very, very compact entrance to Parc Fermé and scrutineering, because I have seen it before when I was here for Club Sport back in late November of November of 2019. I was originally due to do some video work for Andreas Mattis, and then all of a sudden I get called by Mike Wagner and said, can you commentate? And I thought, well, I'm not going to pass this opportunity up. And that was a very, very busy weekend for me, because I'd been at Rye House on the Saturday. I got an early flight. I think it was... I'm trying to remember where I flew to. I think it was Düsseldorf I flew to. But now the timer has started ticking away. Senior Rotax out on circuit. After this, we'll have 2 more sessions of qualification to go. 11 drivers, rounded out by Vivian Michel Heidt, now out onto the circuit, which includes Lucas Thompson, Lucas Hartmann, Max Busch, Kian Agasade, who was a junior last year, Finn Stiak, Darius Nitu, Philip Kesik, and then we've got Denny Bound, Anthony Petropoulos, Leslie Reinhardt. So, according to the entries, we have about 27, 28 senior Rotax drivers here at Kerpen this weekend. Right, okay, so they've red flagged the session for the moment. You can see that there is... Now that's a very wise call, but from our race director. So Streckencrew KCT, run by Camilo Hossinger, are back with us as always. Good to have them on board. Expedient service as always. So That's it's like all the little ducks are lined up in a row at the minute. 11 of them. So I think someone's having a bit of a word there. Looks to be with Lucas Thompson at the moment. Now I can understand why they've brandished the red flag, because of obviously the queue that you've got going into where they go over to the weighbridge and then go over to post-session scrutineering. So they have reset the timer according to the timing screens. So they will reset the timer to allow everyone an equal chance to. And what they're also doing is checking for front bumpers, just to be on the safe side. They have to be just on the safe side itself. A bit of a discussion going on there at the moment. So a big thank you for you all for tuning in. So the timer has been fully reset for another 7 minutes, and the 11 drivers out already on circuit now are released. And they'll be back up to full speed. That's one of the things that you need to do in qualifying, that you cannot slow down, you cannot jockey for position, you cannot impede other drivers. Now this is one of the very early, in karting, it's one of the locations where you actually learn this kind of craft. And now the floodgates have started to open. Finley Hamfrecht, Jan Heinen, Luisa Kehler, Lukas Vavajnak, Mark Schuckmann has now joined in as well, the number 304. New name I see there. Manox Wirtz out now, so 17 drivers. They're all coming out of the floodgates have opened now. Adrian Dobrich and Bennett Alrens rounding out the 20 strong that are now on the grid, or on the circuit. Vivian Michel Haidt goes to the top of the timesheets. Just over a minute completed, a 47.148. For the 328 running on the Tony Kart chassis, ahead of Kian Agasade by the best part of over a quarter of a second. Linus Henson, Leander Luke Schneider, Giuseppe Fico, Maurice Schmeis, they're all out onto the circuit. Luca Kirster, Maximilian Pergand, and Luca Thiel now out. So that is 28 senior Rotax drivers, always in a lot of Rotax racing competition, the most subscribed class. Nico Hanke goes to the top of the timesheets, but then quickly gets deposed by quite a few drivers and ends up running at the top 10 at the minute, make that the top 11, as Lasse Reinhardt and Kian Agasade now complete the top 8. Leander Luke Schneider gets dropped out of the top 20 courtesy of Denny Bount. So 5 minutes of the session still to go. A full restart. Jan Heinen from 3G Racing goes up to the top of the timesheets, 45.233 ahead of the two Lucases, Lucas Hartmann and Lucas Thompson. Darius Nito rounds out the top 4 ahead of Darius the top 5, as Manox Wirtz now goes into provisional pole with a 45.012. Well, no, actually, my apologies there. That was Nico Hanke. Goes up to the top of the timesheets. Just keep your eyes on Linus Henson, just winding up as the 333, the current reigning and defending champion. So Kohanka leading the way, 45.012, 71 thousandths quicker than Maddox Wirtz. Linus Hensen now jumps up into P3 on a 45.109. Then Luca Thiel jumps up into second by 4 thousandths behind Nico Hanke, a 45.016. And at the moment, the top 24 rounded out by FM Racing's Adrian Dobric. Well, Adrian Dobric now jumps up into P15, as I mentioned that. So, what a way to steal a commentator's thunder right there and then. It does happen, I'll be completely honest with you. But we're now into the 44s. 44.951, courtesy of Maddox Wirtz in the 341. Kian Agassetti rounding out the top 17, who are covered by just a fraction under 0.6 of a second. Drivers are improving. Luca Thiel goes second. Luca Costa up to P6. 3 minutes and a quarter still to go. Mark Schupman improves. Maddox Wirtz tries to go a little bit quicker, but Luca Thiel now becomes the second driver out of 28 that makes it into the 44s. And is 2 1,000ths outside, underneath the 45 second bracket. So just under 3 minutes to go. Leander Luke Schneider and Mats-Johan Overhoff round out the top 20 positions. Now covered by 0.661 seconds after what has been the best part of 4.5 minutes of qualifying. And Luca Thiel goes quicker still to within 5 1,000ths of a second. Thought Junior Rotax was close enough with Rafael Renhofer pipping Matti Sturlo by 1 1,000ths. Could we see a repeat of that, or could we see a couple of thousandths separating pole position and second on the grid? Now, top 4 rounded out by current reigning and defending champion and current points leader Linus Hensen. The difference between first and fourth is just over 1/10.5. Then the top 10 rounded out by Lucas Thompson, 0.342 seconds covers that. Top 20, Mats-Johan Overhoff, covered by 0.661. Then we get down to Vivian Michelle Huyten, 24th. 0.844 seconds covers the top 24 in this session. Less than 90 seconds on the clock remaining. Who is going to put the frighteners on Maddox Wirtz? Well, at the moment, that driver looks to be Luca Thiel in the 399 from JJ Racing. Nico Hanke, Linus Hensen, Bennett Ahrens, Luca Costa, Lucas Hartmann, Jan Heinen, Morris Schmeiss and Lucas Thompson round out the top 10. Lucas Vavajanak looking to try and improve, but at the moment can't do so from 14th. Has the likes of Max Busch, Darius Nitzel-Finstiak ahead. Other drivers struggling a little bit in terms of trying to find those thousandths or clawing at those hundredths of seconds. Lasse Reinhardt down in 22nd, Trenny Hamfrecht down in 25th. As we head into the last 35 seconds of this session, which will decide the respective grids for heats 1 and 2 later on, as some drivers have called it time on the session. But Maddox Wirtz looks to be the one that could be securing a pole position for the first time this season. Luca Thiel, I think, might have decided to park the kart. As you can see, some drivers still out there. We've just spotted Mats-Johan Overhoff, who will complete another lap in qualifying, will have completed 8 laps in this session, as will have done Leander Luke Schneider both. So Schneider 19th, Overhoff 20th after that 7-minute qualifying session. Finley Hamfrecht crosses the line. 25th, Kian Agassetti 17th. So that means that Maddox Wirtz will be your pole sitter for Senior Rotax for round 3 of the championship for the qualifying heats. by 5/1000ths of a second ahead of Luca Thiel in the 3:99. Nico Hanke, the 3:06, led for the majority of the session amidst some sort of toing and froing between Hanke and Wirtz. Linus Hensen rounds out the top 4 ahead of Bennett Arends, Luca Köster, Lukas Hartmann, Jan Heinen, Maurice Schmeis, and Lukas Thompson. Round out the top 10. Max Busch, Darius Nitu, Finn Stiak, Lukas Vavajanak, Adrian Dobric, Andrei Petropoulos, Kian Agasade, Giuseppe Fico, Leander Luke Schneider, and Mats Johan Overhoff round out the top 20. Luisa Keller, 21st, ahead of Lasse Reinhardt, Philip Keskik. Then we've got Vivian Michel Hyde, Finley Hempfrecht, Denny Bount, Mark Schupmann, and Maximilian Pergand, who round out the 28 strong. And first to 25th, covered by just over 1.07 seconds. But 2 sessions of qualification in the same round at the same venue, separated by thousands. And when I see him at Wackersdorf in a couple of weeks, hopefully, I'll be speaking to Rafael Rennhofer saying, "How did you time that to 1/1000th?" He'll probably just think, "Oh, I just gritted my teeth and went for it." And that's what it means, those thousandths, those hundredths of seconds in qualifying can make all the difference to a driver's positioning on the grid. And that's going to be quite paramount when you look at it from this perspective. You look at the championship standings in each respective class. Now, Mika Trapp is going to have a bit of a tall order. Rafael Rennhofer is 3rd in the standings in Junior Rotax, and is 8 points behind Nikita Genza, who is out-qualified, and also has out-qualified Farin Mega, the current championship leader. So it's about how consistent you are over a championship. So we have completed 4 sessions out of 6. So micros completed, minis completed, juniors and seniors. And now, penultimate qualifying session of the penultimate round of the season, DD2, and the timer has already started. Tristan Gebhardt in the number 405 has now made his way on to the circuit. As I said earlier on, Mika Metz from Doha Motorsport leads the championship standings by not very much at all. 12 points separate the top 3. And when you look at it from this perspective, Florian Breitenbach very much in the hunt. Fabian Bock has been absolutely impressive since he made the transition from senior to DD2. And I remember Fabian Bock as a senior. Very quick individual. But the thing is, now, getting into DD2, it's been a bit of a learning curve for Fabian Bock. Marco Göttler has now made it out onto the circuit. So RTM Racing's Philipp Dreschler now has made it out onto the circuit. Marco Göttler looks to be just, well, I think was just looking around to see where people are out on the circuit, because we've only got 3. Make that 4 drivers, courtesy of Lawrence Seifried. Yannick Herrmann has now made it out onto the track, as is Jonas Wolscheid. So really it qualified. Now, I'm not too sure if Marco Göttler's got an issue with the 494, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Got just over 5 minutes of the session remaining. Tristan Gebhardt has put in a 45.431. More drivers coming out. Ronny Göttler and Yannick Jacobs making their way out onto the 1,107 metre circuit here at Kerpen. Erflandring. So, in many respects, we've got 17, make that 18 drivers, as Florian Breitenbach has now come out of pre-grid. And I know for a fact that his brother Oliver is there. I wish Oliver I could actually be there in person, but needs must, as they say. The good thing is now times are getting up and up to full speed. Lawrence Seyfried is on provisional pole by nearly 0.3 of a second ahead of Tim Stender, Marco Göttler, Jonas Volscheid. Tristan Gebhardt ran at the top 5, covered by 4/10. Lukas Horstmann in 15th. Florian Breitenbach now jumps up into 13th as Ronny Göttler in the 4.66 jumps up into P1. Yannick Jacobs up into 3rd place on a 44.735. But then Lawrence Seyfried responds to Ronny Göttler, goes quicker still, 44.664 for the FM racing driver. Yannick Herrmann now in 6th, was briefly 5th before Jonas Volscheid got up into 5th position, but then it's all changed because Mika Metz has gone top of the timesheets, 44.202 for the Door Motorsport driver, who do have ties as a, well, Door Motorsport do have a McLaren customer racing team. They also have an esports division. One of the names from that team, if memory serves me correctly, is Moritz Lerner, who has been running in the DTM Trophy just at the Nürburgring this current weekend. The times are coming through. The one driver I have not spotted at the moment is Jana Stier in the 444. Not 100% sure why. Whether she has opted not to take part this weekend. So 2 minutes to go. Mika Metz is leading the way in terms of timed qualifying with just under 2 minutes in the session to go. .166 is now the best time for the 464, who still leads the championship. Lukas Horstmann, Ronny Göttler, Florian Breitenbach rounds out the top 4 positions. So top 17 rounded out by the 405 of Tristan Gebhardt. Completed by just over 0.9 of a second. Some drivers still making their way across the line. Marcel Steiner, I would have expected the 413 to maybe be a little bit higher up, but we do know that Marcel Steiner doesn't always have the best run of luck in qualification. When it comes to the racing, he's a completely different driver altogether. So Mika Metz puts in a 44.197 on that previous lap. Ronny Göttler does an improvement, but not an improvement in terms of grid position. Mark Bartels rounds out the top 6, and all 3 drivers. So Mark Bartels 32 thousandths quicker than stablemate Leon Arndt in the 442. Fabian Bock, Hannes Border, and Lawrence Seyfried round at the top 10, covered by just a fraction under half a second. Into the final couple of seconds we go for qualification. Mika Metz has been relatively unchallenged as the timer strikes 0. Checkered flag is out for the session. Lukas Horstmann 2nd, Mark Bartels 6th, Tristan Gebhardt 17th. As more drivers now will either decide to abort and go into scrutineering, which some are doing now, so they'll go over to the weighbridge. But it looks like that Mika Metz has taken pole position. As that was Fabian Bock, who will start provisionally 8th on the grid a little bit later on in the first DD2 race, which will take place at about 17 minutes past 4 local time. But Mika Metz takes the top time in DD2 qualifying here at Kerpen, 4.166 second lap time around this lovely little 1.107 kilometre circuit. And pipped Lucas Horstmann to pole position by just over 0.17 of a second. Ronnie Göttler, half a tenth adrift in third, a further 2/100ths back to Florian Breitenbach, with Yannick Jacobs completing the top 5. Mark Bartels in 6th ahead of Leon Arndt. Fabian Bock, Hannes Border and Lawrence Seyfried ran at the top 10. Tim Stender in 11th ahead of Marcel Steinert, Jonas Wolscheid, Yannick Herrmann, Marco Göttler running at the top 15, followed by Robert Schopian, Tristan Gebhardt and Philipp Dreschler. We now turn our attention to DD2 Masters qualification. Quite a few of the drivers have already made their way out onto the circuit, which includes the likes of Stefan Grabau, Daniel Schollenberger, Patrick Weinstock, Marco Winkler, Andreas Frenzel, Lennart Schreiber, Falco Birkholz, and the 580 of Mr. Konrad Bayer. So plenty of talking points so far this season in DD2 Masters. It has been ultra competitive. Stefan Epp, Michael Becker and Tommy Jonas, along with Tommy Helfinger, have now all made their way out onto the circuit here at Kerpen. So with the top 3 covered, well, the top 4, which is Daniel Schollenberger, who leads the way, Michael Becker 8 points adrift in second, Marco Winkler a further 10 points adrift in third, and a further point back to the 555 of Stefan Grabau. Now, I got a really, really lovely comment from Stefan. I'm going to actually have a look at this because it's really nice when you get comments. He said, he basically gave me, he said, big respect, that you're being this conduit for all these emotions that we're feeling, under the helmet to our families and friends. And obviously, still, we're in the midst of a pandemic here, but nevertheless, the racing goes on. The drivers do compete. Now, let's have a concentration factor on qualifying, shall we, Mr. Goldschmidt? Well, 4 minutes and 49 seconds still to go. And Andreas Frenzel from the Buda Racing team in the 503, quickest of all, but not for long. Thomas Piet, I mentioned about the 550 on the Praga chassis, goes provisional pole on his second lap in qualification, 44.806. But then then Klaus Parnett in the number 502 goes across the line. Patrick Weinstock in the 585 there, briefly on your screens for just a moment. Rounds out the top 10. Andreas Frenzel sets exactly. Oh goodness me! Why do drivers like doing this to me? I did a commentary. What was it? Thursday night, and we had multiple teams in multiple cars setting exactly the same lap time, and they're doing it again here. What is this? Am I a fastest lap time magnet? Well, Thomas Piet is the one that's really magnetising pole position his way. And the reason being is that Piet is currently 0.362 of a second ahead of Michael Becker. Those two drivers are the only two so far that have gotten into the sub 45 second bracket. Daniel Schollenberger is not that far behind. Andreas Frenzel is 1/1000th quicker than the current championship leader in this class. Klaus Panett in 5th, Marco Winkler in 6th, Tommy Helfinger, Lennart Schreiber, Stefan Grabau, Patrick Weinstock, all covered by exactly 0.8 of a second after the first 4 minutes of qualification. So effectively, what is going to happen here is that things could get a little bit closer, so to speak. So just over 2.5 minutes to go. So no real changes at the moment, but Michael Becker has started winding up the wick on that comp cart chassis, hasn't he? He's got to within 0.2 of Thomas Piet. So Piet still leads in terms of what has happened in the battle for pole position. Marco Winkler rounds out the top 6 at the minute, and they are covered by just over 0.5 of half a second at this moment. I was going to say is Stefan Carbon a little bit of a go slow. They're not 100% sure, but we'll find out momentarily. So improvements from Michael Winkler and Tommy Helfinger. They still round out the top 7 as we are into the last 60 seconds, well, less than 60 seconds of this session. That's the last one before we go into full bore racing action here at Kerpen. The first of 24 races would get underway in just a shade over 10 minutes time or so. So 14 drivers in this field. All of them have set a qualification lap. Falco Bierkolz is the driver at the back end of the grid in 14th position as the timer now eventually comes to its conclusiveness of being at 0. Checkered flag is out for the session. And Thomas Piet looks to be securing pole position rather nicely here by a very good margin right about now. Pencil comes across the line. That's P4 for the 503 running on the Sodi Kart chassis. Patrick Weinstock down in 9th, Stefan Carbau in 10th, Konrad Bayer 12th. Falco Bierkolz will have to do a top gear from the rear, starting from 14th position. There is Frenzel on your screens at home right now. Full course yellow has been employed, but it looks like Thomas Piet has secured pole position in DD2 Masters here at Kerpen for round 3 out of 4. So a best time of a 44.613. That was 0.197 ahead of the 5:26 of Michael Becker. Schallenberger rounds out the top 3, covered by just under 3.5 tenths. Andreas Frenzel in 4th, ahead of Klaus Parnett, Marco Winkler, Tommy Helfinger, Lennart Schreiber, and Patrick Weinstock round at the top 9. Stefan Carbau completes the top 10, a further 2/100ths adrift of the 585. Stefan Epp, Konrad Bayer, Tanju Yildiz, and Falco Bierkolz round out a 14-strong grid. So that is it for qualifying for round 3 of the championship here at the kart circuit here at Kerpen. Not too far away from either Düsseldorf or Cologne airport, Köln airports. And in just under 8 minutes' time, we go racing for the first time here at Kerpen with the first of 2 heats for Micromax. And then things really start kicking into gear. We've already been past the halfway point of the season. And now the action picks up another volume level, notch on the volume level, doesn't it? Goes from 10 to 11. So we'll be back just before 3 this afternoon here at Kerpen, where we'll get the action well and truly underway here at Rotax Max Challenge in Germany. So we get underway with our first race of the day, and it is Heat 1 for Micromax. Let's have a look at the starting grid here at Kerpen. So pole position secured by Noah Janssen earlier on today, ahead of Arjen Kreling, who joins the number 31 on the front row. Gabriel Hofmann in the 95 and Carlos Nees in the number 15. That is row number 2. Row 3. It's the number 12 of Niklas Casarino and the number 19 of Len Abbas. Row 4 is the number 27 of Christos Malakos and the number 17 of Max Moore, with Tim Steger in the 55 and Leon Blaskowitz in the number 18, rounding out the top 10. Leopold Jouch and Jolina Marie Schultz rounds out the top 12. So they've just done their sizing lap and they will go on to a formation lap. So 7 minutes on the clock, plus 1 lap for both heats. This is for Micro, Mini and Junior Rotax. 10 minutes for plus 1 lap for all other classes. So now start getting into formation ahead of their first race of the weekend. It's about having a textbook start. So we do wait with bated breath for these drivers to get themselves steeled and ready for racing. The sunshine beats down on Kerpen, so our Micromax drivers are ready. We're ready. We hope you're all at home watching are ready as well. So through the final left-hander come the Micromax field. In to the tram lines for the first time of asking. Are we ready? Well, the revs rise, the lights go out, we are off and racing, and it's a good start already by Noah Janssen. Arjen Kreling looks to have dropped down a couple of positions, maybe to second, maybe even fourth, as Noah Janssen nearly trips over himself going through turn 2 for the first time. Into the next left-hander at 3. Janssen keeps ahead. Gabriel Hofmann has already made it up into P2. Got a great start. Kreling was on the outside going through across the start-finish line, and Hoffman now pressurising Janssen. The youngster in the 95 really showing good credence here. Looks like that's Niklas Casarino. It is now up into P3, I believe. Arjen Kreling rounds out the top 4 as they hustle their way through the final sector on the lap to complete the first one. 6 minutes and 10 seconds plus an additional lap still to go. Noah Janssen leads, but by absolutely nothing. tenth and a half between him and Gabriel Hoffmann, but Hoffmann is really getting on the offensive very quickly indeed, looking to get past Janssen. Now, Janssen has been under the kibosh at some points during this season, but Casarino up the inside and has gotten past Hoffmann to take P2 on lap 2 of the race. That was a steely drive from the youngster in the number 12. My goodness me. And it was all because of the fact that Hoffmann was trying to fight his way past Janssen. Hoffmann looks up the inside. This is through the sweeping S's. That brings them on to the back part of the circuit, but a great drive by all of these competitors so far. It has been nip and tuck at the moment, but Noah Janssen continues to lead the way. Niklas Casarino and Gabriel Hoffmann now entrenched in this three-way scrap. Arjen Kreling in 4th place as they cross the line to complete lap number 2. And Casarino looking up the inside of Hoffmann, whilst, not of Hoffmann, of Janssen, whilst looking over his right shoulder to see where Hoffmann was. That's a bit of multitasking right there. But Noah Janssen keeping a lead of just over 1/10 of a second after what is 2 laps of racing. We're on to lap number 3 as they go through the twisty stuff once again. Janssen has been pretty formidable so far this season. There have been a couple of times when we've seen a few chinks in the armour. However, Janssen needs to put himself in the prime position for the Wittgenborn finale in early October. But Hoffmann, went up close and personal to Niklas Casarino and just literally stumbled right there. Opened the door well and truly for Arjen Kreling to close on in, but Arjen Kreling now being gestured to by Gabriel Hoffmann there to try and catch up with the 2 leaders. Niklas Casarino is about 2/10 or so behind Noah Janssen, but there's a bit of a vast expanse between Casarino and Hoffmann, which is to the tune of nearly a second. Kreling rounds out the top 4. Christos Malakos in 5th. Carlos Nies down in 6th. Ahead of Len Abbas, Tim Stiger, Max Moore, Jolina Marie Schultz now up into P10. Leon Blaskowicz down in 10th position. 11th position ahead of Leopold Jouch as the leaders come across the line. There's a 3-way scrap. That is between Malakos, Nies and Abbas. That is 5th on the road. And that's a great little switchback from Len Abbas, or was that Carlos Nies? I'm not 100% sure because the liveries are very similar. They come through. And that is Len Abbas that is now up into P6 ahead of Carlos Nies. Janssen at the moment pulling away from Niklas Casarino. There has been a change because that is Carlos Nies that actually got past Len Abbas. Now has got past Christos Malakos. So Carlos Nies now fighting tooth and nail to keep a hold of 5th position. The battle at the front of the field continues onward. Carlos Nies has now started pulling away from Christos Malakos. There's Gabriel Hoffmann starting to close in on Niklas Casarino. Casarino now nearly a second behind Noah Janssen, who's setting fastest lap after fastest lap, 52.051 seconds from the number 31, who continues to lead. So we're now on to lap number 6. 2.25 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. Noah Janssen looking rather favourable in terms of his prowess so far this season, and has continued to do so. Gabriel Hoffmann now has a little bit of a gap between himself and Arjen Kreling, to the tune of about 2/10. There's the battle for 5th position. Carlos Nies looks over the left shoulder to see where Christos Malakos and Len Abbas are in terms of proximity. So go through the very slight chicane, and when I mean slight, you can literally straight line that chicane going through into the final left-hander. So Niklas Casarino is dropping further away. 1.2 seconds is the gap between him and Noah Janssen. But here comes the pairing of Hoffmann and Kreling, closing in on the number 12 for what is second. It could be second and third, depending on how quickly they pounce past the number 12 on the Praga chassis. Through into the sweeping S's once again they go. Line taken there by Arjen Kreling. That was a bit circumspect, if my memory escapes me right there. But it has been rather hasn't been processional. I think there's always an element of procession in racing, but you do get some great battles like we're seeing here at the moment. Because now, look at the gap. It's about 2 to 3 kart lengths between Nicolas Casarino and Gabriel Hoffmann. Hoffmann looking towards the outside. Now, this is going into the hairpin. This could have opened the door for Arjen Kreling, but on that particular occasion, Hoffmann keeps it pinned. But there is Christos Malakos, who has now dropped a little bit further behind Carlos Nees. But in the meantime, the hurry-up has happened. That's a great move there. What a job of an overtake done by, of all people, Gabriel Hoffmann. That was perfection right there. Just knew where Casarino was going to take a slightly different line. Here comes Len Abbas on what will be Christos Malakos in the battle for 6th position, because now Carlos Nees has now gotten away and Hoffmann now has to start defending. Final lap board is out. And the gap between first and second is just under 2 seconds itself. Hoffmann goes into the hairpin ahead of Nicolas Casarino. Casarino was looking to one side and then to the other. However, Hoffmann is keeping it on the defensive. Into the sweeping S's once again we go. Some off camber here in some points, you know, a little bit of left hand down camber, a little bit of right hand down camber. You can just see how quickly they are onto round the final part of the circuit. But realistically, no one, whilst they've been squabbling away, Noah Janssen has just gotten on with business and gotten away with it. So through the final corner comes Noah Janssen and will take the checkered flag and win the first heat of the day. We've got 12 races, including this one that's just been completed. Gabriel Hoffmann holds on to second ahead of Nicolas Casarino by just over 0.12 of a second. Gabriel Hoffmann records the fastest lap of 52.004. Arjen Kreling completes the top 4 ahead of Carlos Nees. Christos Malakos in 6 holds on to that position by just over a tenth ahead of Len Abbas in the number 19. Tim Steiger takes 8th ahead of Max Moore with Jolina Marie Schultz in 10th. Leopold Jour rounds out the top 11 and Leon Blaskovic rounds out the top 12. But Noah Janssen again victorious and managed to keep the likes of Casarino and Hoffmann at bay to take the victory. So Janssen wins the first heat, as we'll see Micromax a little bit later on.
Das zweite Rennen der Rotax Mikro 16:53 Uhr.
So now we head to our second of 12 races today. Heat 1 for Minimax. Let's have a look at the starting grid. So following on from qualifying earlier on today, Simon Meyer took pole position and will have 150 of Matthias Schulte alongside Alexander Klugel in the 180 and the 191 of Naim Bretag complete the top 2 rows. Mika Trapp, the current championship leader, will start on the inside of row number 3 and alongside will have the number 121 of David Shirush. Bennett Meyer in the 106 will have Devin Leon Ukar in the 153 alongside, and bringing up the rear in the 10 drivers that will be competing, Kenyon Washington in the 114 and the 105 of Kevin Schneider. We now head on to their formation lap. So at the moment, Mika Trapp has got a little bit of work to do, but remember when he came back fighting earlier on in, earlier on this season, because he effectively managed to get the jump on those drivers at Mulsen. So Simon Meyer and Matthias Schulte will be the ones controlling the pace. The sun continues to beat down here in Kerpen. 26 degrees air temperature at this particular moment. So the drivers still themselves. They get ready for racing once again. And now it's go time. Meyer from Schulte, Klugel, Bretag, Trapp, Girush, Meyer, Ukar, Washington and Schneider. That is the 10 strong grid that are assembled here in Minimax. So who's going to get the whole shot? We're about to find out. Out of the final corner, into the tram lines we go. Are we ready? We are off and racing, and it's a good start from Simon Meyer and also Alexander Klugel, who's now gotten past Matthias Schulte for second position. It's getting a bit feisty just from third onwards, as it was nearly side by side through turn 3 for the first time. Now into the far part of the circuit, Alexander Klugel closing in on Simon Meyer through the sweeping S's. So there's a three-way scrap for third, fourth and fifth. Looks like Naim Bretag stuck in the middle, stuck at the back end of that. But Simon Meyer leading the way on the Sony kart in the 145. Alexander Klugel rounding out the top 2. Looks like Mika Trapp's made his way up to third place after the first lap, and that is confirmed because now Matthias Schulte down in fourth. Naim Bretag, Kenyon Washington has leapfrogged his way up from 9th on the grid to 6th. He was the bunny hopping curb specialist back at Mulsen, and unfortunately in the final race of the weekend, amidst torrential downpours, the vibrations were so significant that it caused his chain to fall off the sprocket. So Simon Meyer still leads as we're on the road to completing lap number 2 of this race, and in the meantime Matthias Schulte and Naim Bretag have been dropped by the 118 of Mika Trapp. Now the top 3. Half a second separates them at the moment, as Alexander Klugel looking one way, then the other to get past Simon Meyer. Mika Trapp is just waiting. Klugel's trying to go for the old switcheroo, but that won't work there. And that will give the opportunity for Mika Trapp to close on in. And look how close the 118 is to the back bumper of the 180 through the S's. So onto the far part of the circuit, onto the chicane. Well, I think it's more like a straight line chicane, that one. Coming out of the final corner. There goes Mika Trapp. Oh, that was close between him and Alexander Klugel. As now Naim Bretag on the offensive to Matthias Schulte. So battle for second, battle for fourth. Really, really heating up. 4 minutes and 24 seconds plus an additional lap still to go in this first of 2 Minimax heats here at Kerpen. So at the moment, Simon Meyer leads the way ahead of Alexander Klugel. No, not for much longer, because there's Mika Trapp. Mika Trapp managed to plant it round towards the outside in order to defend against Klugel, and Mika Trapp has now gotten up into second. Potential victories on the cards for the 118 in the early stages of this race weekend here at Kerpen. 48.519 on the completion of lap number 5 of this race. Alexander Klugel in third, Matthias Schulte. David Chirush has now got past Kenyon Washington in the meantime for what is 6th on the road. A real shame for the 114, who had managed to catapult himself up into what was 6th position, having started in 9th place on the grid. So effectively, this is going to fast approach a welcome conclusion, dependent on what happens with regards to a little bit further up the order now. Simon Meyer continues to lead, but Mika Trapp has been closing hand over fist. Matthias Schulte being challenged by Nein Bretag at the moment for what is 4th on the road. And effectively, there are the two leaders. Simon Meyer having to battle away with Mika Trapp. Gap was 0.336. It looks to be close than that, because Mika Trapp really picks up speed through the sweeping S-bends. Just over 90 seconds on the clock to go, plus an additional lap. And Mika Trapp senses the opportunity of a victory is on the cards. 48.390 was the last lap time Mika Trapp actually set as we come across the line to complete lap 7. And again, Mika Trapp goes quickest. Gap now down to just under 0.2. Simon Meyer now realising that the fight is on for the lead. Alexander Klugel is now 2.76 seconds off of this battle. But look, there's a skirmish, and that's involving the likes of Matthias Schulte and Nein Bretag. Alexander Klugel has dropped off the bubble, so to speak, as Simon Meyer now finding that Mika Trapp is really pushing the envelope. Mika Trapp looking up the inside but can't get through. Oh, that was close between Mika Trapp and now. They're nearly side pod to side pod going into, and Mika Trapp's got the lead on lap number 8 of the race. Mika Trapp has managed to thread the eye of the needle and get through. What's more, that now means we go on to the penultimate lap. Lap number 9 out of 10. And here comes Simon Meyer up towards the inside, going through into turn 2. But this time Mika Trapp knew the move was coming, waited for it, and decided to keep out of harm's way. Simon Meyer will want that victory, I can guarantee you that much. Through into the next left-hander, then into the S's. So the timer now hits 0. That's it, 7 minutes are up. Mika Trapp still leading. Simon Meyer trying to do his level best. Alexander Klugel still staying in third for the minute, but for how much longer is the biggest €64,000 question we need to be asking right about now. But Mika Trapp will bring them onto the last lap of this first of 2 heats here at Kerpen. So final lap board out. Simon Meyer right in the slipstream going through into turn 2, but Mika Trapp defends as if his life depends on it. And Simon Meyer looking one way, then the other into the next left-hander. Mika Trapp just parks the cart on the apex as required. Alexander Klugel, Matthias Schulte and Nein Bretag still complete the top 5 in this race. David Chirush now over a second ahead of Kenyon Washington. Devin Leon Ukar, Kevin Schneider and Bennett Meyer round out the top 10, but it's going to be a very, very hard-fought victory, and one that he's going to enjoy celebrating a bit later on. So Mika Trapp wins in Minimax here at Heat 1 in Kerpen, and there he goes, celebrating away, punching the air with the right hand. Simon Meyer 0.3 of a second behind at the checkered flag after 10 laps of racing. Over 11 kilometres, well over 11 kilometres completed in that particular exchange. Well, that just goes to show how close it can be at the end of a race. Alexander Klugel would finish 1.7 seconds adrift down in third place, but by 1/10 and a half would pip Matthias Schulte to the top 3. Naim Bretag a further 10th and a bit adrift in 5th place ahead of David Chirush. Devin Leon Ukar, Kenyon Washington rounds out the top 8 ahead of Kevin Schneider and Bennett Meyer, who complete the 10-strong grid of Minimax drivers that have just completed 10 laps of this 1.107 kilometre circuit.
Wir freuen uns gleich auf das Rennen der Rotax Junior.
So, race 3 of the meeting, Junior Rotax Heat number 1. We're going to take you through the grid. So, by 1/1000th of a second, I'm going to say that again, 1/1000th of a second, pole position was decided earlier on today. Rafael Renhofer starts on pole alongside the Netherlands' Matthijs Turlo. Denmark's Mikkel Pedersen and the youngster known as Rafael Balzer in the 217 ran at row 2. Janis Diak and Fine Mega. Row number 3, Bruno Mulders in the 271 has Nevio Fischer alongside for company in the 236. Row 5, completing the top 10, Lewis Heichel in the 277 and the 201 of Lewis Dedling. Nikita Genza in the 226 and Lewis Jacobs in the 228 ran at row 6. Ahead of Leandro Fischer in the 233 and the 282 of Montego Masson. The 266 of Maximilian Schreier and the 230 of Jonny Mertz, row 8. Oleg Laun, the 218, and Jonas Unglad at the 258, row 9, completing the top 20. It's the 212 of David Schnell and the 215 of Moritz Volber, followed by Tom Müller in the 220, Adrian Rohr in the 202, Hugo Gürtel in the 274, and the 211 of Gregor Feigenspann. That's your 24-strong grid. 7 minutes plus an additional lap for these drivers. Full course yellow conditions employed on the formation lap. Then we'll be ready to go racing here in Kerpen. So at the moment, the championship leader, Fine Mega, sitting in 6th place. Nikita Genza second in the standings, starting 11th. And the driver in 3rd place, Rafael Renhofer, is the one that's going to be on pole position. Now, these grids will have been decided through qualifying, and that is your qualifying position for your respective heats. So it's down to the 2 on the front row. Rafael Renhofer and Matthijs Turlo to control the pace. Right then, 7 minutes on the clock plus an additional lap. Renhofer on pole, Turlo alongside, Pedersen, Balzer, Stiek, Mega, Mulders, Fischer, Heichel and Detling. That is your top 10. Into the tram lines we go. The revs start to build. Are we ready? And we are off and racing as we've already had a moment, and that is Bruno Mulders and Matthijs Turlo. And we've already had someone else that's had a bit of a rear bumper go askew. Yellow flags are out already. So, yeah, someone took a tag from behind. That looks to be Jonas Ungrader, I believe. Yes, and Matthijs Turlo's gesticulation to Bruno Mulders was, "What on earth, man, were you doing?" But yeah, there was contact between the pair of them because Mulders went to the inside of Turlo and spun himself around and Turlo around at the same time. However, at the front of the field, things are heating up because now, at the moment, we do have someone leading the way. That is Rafael Renhofer in the lead. Mikkel Pedersen in second. Janis Diak, Fahim Mega, Rafael Balzer, Nevio Fischer, Lewis Heichel, Nikita Genza, Leandro Fischer and Lewis Jacobs round out the top 10 positions. And Adrien Rohr looks to be out of the race as well. Double waved yellows down at turn 2, so no overtaking. That is the slow down and prepare to stop board sign showing there. But Renhofer leading as that is Adrien Rohr that I've just seen out of the cart and at the marshal post. The driver safe and sound, so might have had a technical drama. Not too sure if they're going to be investigating the incident between Bruno Mulders and Matthijs Turlo, but Matthijs Turlo not quite clearly happy about that one. And Matthijs Turlo, Jonas Ungrader is out of the race. So 3 drivers out of 24 already out within the first few opening exchanges, but the top 4 literally line astern. Renhofer leads ahead of Pedersen. Janis Diak and the current championship leader in 4th place just behind them. Fahim Mega will make that 3rd place for Fahim Mega because he's managed to get past Janis Diak. Now looks over the left shoulder. Out of the S's they come. And that looks to be Rafael Balzer that's made his way past Nevio Fischer for what is P5. Nikita Genza looks to have gotten up into 7th position. Lewis Heichel, Leandro Fischer and Lewis Jacobs ran out the top 10. Confirmed retirements from Adrien Rohr in the 202. Jonas Ungrader in the 258, who had a wallop up the back bumper And that looked to have possibly caused issues with the back axle being bent as a result, because the rear axle was kangaroo hopping when Ungrada was pushing on the accelerator. It wasn't really getting very far away. Now here is a change for the lead. Mikkel Pedersen ahead of Rafael Renhofer. And in close pursuit, it is Farin Mega through the S's. And there is the move from Mega up the inside of Renhofer. Sweetly done by the 276. There is Janis Stiak in the 239 looking to get past through the chicane onto the final corner. 3 minutes and 54 seconds still to go, plus an additional lap. Now the hunt for the lead begins, because Mikkel Pedersen has gotten a gap of nearly half a second over Farin Mega after what is now lap number 4 completed. We're on to lap number 5 of this race. So Nikita Genza has got past Nevio Fischer, so Nikita Genza also making up a handful of places. There is Rafael Balzer not too far behind Janis Stiak, and I'm sure that Nikita Genza won't be too far behind considering the pace he's putting in. But Rafael Balzer is the quickest out there, 46.285 seconds from the 217 with Beulah Kart Racing Team. And now Farin Mega closing in on Mikkel Pedersen for the race lead. Gap was nearly half a second last time. That's been more than halved. And Rafael Renhofer's into the 45.8s and it's closing down on Farin Mega. It's one thing to lead the race. It's something altogether if you're actually the one that's actually chasing down the leader. And that really gives you a bit more motivation, as now Farin Mega has got the lead off of Mikkel Pedersen. Renhofer's looking for a way past. Can't get through in the S's. There is Janis Stiak, and there is Rafael Balzer, and I've just spotted, I spy with my little lie, Nikita Genza. Nikita Genza has moved to the new variation of the chassis that are being used. So now we go on to lap number 7 of this race. Mikkel Pedersen looking up the inside once again, retakes the lead from Farin Mega, and all of a sudden the floodgates open because Farin Mega run a little bit wide there. Janis Stiak gets up the inside of Rafael Renhofer and takes second position. Renhofer now into P3. And now, Farin Mega's dropped way back because now Rafael Balzer is in 4th. Nikita Genza is ahead of Mega in P5. We've got just over a minute and 3/4 still to go in this race, plus an additional lap. The lead or the victory has not quite yet been decided. And Renhofer is the fastest driver out there, 45.855 as Nikita Genza and Farin Mega go into a little bit of war there. Renhofer looking up the inside of Stiak, going through into turn 2, gets the job done. And Rafael Balzer just waiting, biding time, but time waits for no person. Not even a youngster in a cart. So through the sweeping S's, through this lush countryside that we have here, surrounding the circuit here at Kerpen Mannheim. And Mikkel Pedersen still keeping ahead. There's Rafael Renhofer waiting for an opportunity, as is Janis Stiak. Rafael Balzer a couple of kart lengths behind, probably further than the 217 would want. Now Renhofer looking up the inside of Pedersen for the lead going through turn 2. Makes it stick. And Stiak trying to get through as well. Look to the outside there, but Pedersen very quickly on the defensive. Rafael Balzer still pretty much there. Nikita Genza still in 5th. Farin Mega has kept ahead of Nevio Fischer for P6 and is closing on Genza at the meantime. And now look at... Now, you know how they say that some things get pushed together like an accordion? Take some junior Rotax drivers and apply the same sort of situation to that. You're not playing music, you're playing dodgems right about now, because Farin Mega, as we go on to the final lap of the race, lap number 10, and Nikita Genza goes defensive on Farin Mega. But it's still very much nip and tuck between these two. Going through into the next left-hander. Very tight left-hander in through the sweeping S's for what is the final time. And Rafael Renhofer has kept everyone at bay and has kept himself in the hunt for a victory. Aspiring Mega looks over his right shoulder whilst trying to put an offensive onto Nikita Genza at this particular moment. Genza soaking up the pressure like a sponge. But out of the final corner, it is going to be Rafael Renhofer by next to nothing that takes the checkered flag, wins by 0.23 seconds ahead of Mikkel Pedersen. Janis Stiak did a great job to keep it pinned in third and was in contention for the lead of the race and also the inevitable victory. Rafael Balzer takes fourth ahead of Nikita Genza. Fine Mega was at 1 point leading this race, but now ends up finishing in P6. Nevio Fischer in seventh ahead of Lewis Jacobs. Lewis Heichel rounds out the top 9 ahead of Lewis Dedling. So good jobs by those drivers to keep themselves in the top 10 at the end of that race. 11th was Leandro Fischer, Olli Glan in 12th ahead of Montego Massen. Maximilian Schreier in 14th. Moritz Volber rounds out the top 15 ahead of David Schnell. Hugo Götzel, Gregor Fagenspann. Bruno Mulders would finish in 19th after that tangle with Matthias Turlo, which saw the latter retire on the very first lap. Jonny Mertz and Tom Müller round out the 21 that finished all 10 laps. Matthias Turlo out within the first couple of, even in the first second of the race after contact between him and Bruno Mulders through turn 1. Jonas Ungnada having a start line hit from behind, taking him out after just a couple of seconds. And Adrien Roy, unfortunately, having a technical issue, I believe, or maybe damage sustained by colliding with Jonas Ungnada. But Rafael Renhofer wins Junior Rotax Heat 1 here in Kerpen. So, race 4 of the meeting. It is senior Rotax heat number 1. Maddox Fiat starts on pole position alongside will be Luca Thiel in the 399. Nico Hanke in the 306 and Linus Henson in the 333. That's row number 2. Bennett Arends and Luca Köster, row 3. Lukas Hartmann, Jan Heinen round out the top 4 rows. And completing the top 10, it's Lukas Thompson and Max Busch. Darius Nito and Morris Schmeis, row 6. Finn Stiak and Lukas Vavajanak, row 7. Adrian Dobric and Andrei Petropoulos, row 8. Row 9, it's Kian Agasade and Giuseppe Fico. Leander Luke Schneider and Mats Johan Overhoff round at the top 20. Louis Zikela starts 21st with Lasse Reinhardt, Philip Keskik, Vivian Michel Hyde, Finley Hamfrecht, Denny Bound, Mark Schubmann and Maximilian Pagand round out the 28 strong drivers. So this time it extends to 10 minutes plus an additional lap. Just been having a look through some of the results. No penalties issued for Micro and Mini. "28 drivers in Senior Rotax will steamroll their way if things get going into the tram lines." Don't think, I'm wondering, was that a clean... Well, it looks like we've been given the green light to go racing. See no change on the timers just yet. Looks like we have gotten underway. No, we have had a full start, so I was just waiting, biding my time. The timer has reset, so race director not happy with the first attempt. So that's the first full start of the meeting here in Kerpen for round 3 out of 4 of the 2021 Rotax Max Challenge in Germany season. Being broadcasted live on the official Camp Company GmbH YouTube channel. So once again, drivers will have to make it into formation rather quickly. So they're starting to do now, being told to slow. Right, this looks a lot neater and tidier. Into the tram lines. Are we ready? Lights look to be out and we're off and racing. And a good start from Maddox Fiat's Luca Thiel keeping it pinned to the outside, but Nico Hanke towards the inside going through into turn 2 for the first time. It looks like 2 by 2. Quite a way down through the top part of the order. Still side by side going through into turn number 3. Linus Henson looks to make up a position and has gotten past. Looks like Bennett Aronson has gotten up into P3. So Nico Hanke looks to be in a second position as we are into the first 30 seconds of the race. And several drivers have made some inroads. Darius Nito now into the top 10, just ahead of Finn Stiak as they make their way through the final corner. A little bit of a battle there between Maddox Fiat and Bennett Arends for what would be 4th on the road. But it is Luca Thiel that leads the way. Nico Hanke, Linus Henson, Bennett Arends, Maddox Fiat, our pole sitter down in 5th position. Lukas Hartmann, head of Jan Heinen, Lukas Thompson, Luca Köster and Darius Nito ran at the top 10. Finn Stiak now has dropped all the way down to 18th position ahead of Leander Luke Schneider. Finley Hamfrecht, who started down in 25th position, now rounds out 27th place on the road. As the battle here between Bennett Arends and Maddox Fiat looks to be intensifying somewhat. As Lukas Thompson looking up towards the inside of Jan Heinen, but has got Lukas Hartmann just on his back bumper as they're about to nearly go 3 abreast going into turn 2. Has there been a change for P4? No, there hasn't, because Arends keeps ahead of Wirtz at this particular juncture. Through into the sweeping S complex we go. And look at the pressure that's being applied on the back bumper of Bennett Arends by Marek Wirtz for P4. Luca Thiel looking to stride away into the distance, but at the moment, Nico Hanke and Linus Henson not allowing the 399 to do so. Oh, this is getting rather close here for 4th and 5th. And now, keep your eyes on who's behind, because you've got Jan Heinen, Lucas Thompson, Lucas Hartmann. You've also got Luca Koester in the mix in all of that as well. And there goes the move from Marek Wirtz. Is he going to get up the inside of Bennett Arends? No, not again. The number 341 has been denied on multiple occasions. And now the trains are starting to concertina a little bit here in the first race out of 2. The 2 heats will decide their positions for the pre-finals tomorrow. And the action does really kick off a little bit earlier tomorrow morning. Warm-up starts at about 8:50. Well, the first warm-up starts at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning local time, and then the action kick starts at 10 o'clock in the morning. So Luca Thiel has started to stride away from both Nico Hanke and Linus Henson, and those two are just under 2/10 of a second apart. 6 minutes and 46 seconds still to go, plus an additional lap. As it's getting a bit fanned out there in the mid-pack. And then some. Marek Wirtz has dropped to 8th ahead of Luca Koester. Linus Henson is now trying to close in on Nico Hanke for 2nd place. And then if Henson can get past, Henson can challenge Luca Thiel. That's easier said than done. It's one thing to chase a competitor. It's another thing altogether to get past them, as Linus Henson now very well knows. But Nico Hanke looks to be one of the newer additions to Door Motorsport in the camp. Top 3 covered by just under a second. So you can just see the battles up and down the order. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. The likes of Maurice Schmeis battling away with Jan Heinen, Lucas Hartmann, Darius Nito. Bennett Arends looks to have dropped. Oh no, Bennett Arends I think has ended up, as we would say in the United Kingdom, has become a bit of a cropper, unfortunately. So Arends was in the sharp end of the mix here, and that's not what you want to see at all. So whether there has been a drama that Bennett Arends, yeah, that looks to be a retirement on the cards there, unfortunately, for the 327 from RS Competition. But this battle here is really waging on, as is the battle for 2nd position. Linus Henson looking to get past Nico Hanke. Maurice Schmeis still battling away, tooth and nail, with the likes of Lucas Hartmann going side by side. That's ridiculous going through into turn 3. But it just goes to show that these drivers are not giving any quarter. We're halfway through the race. We've got halfway to go. Just under 5 minutes plus an additional lap. And Luca Thiel is still leading by about 0.8 of a second. But there is the train. And it is quite a considerable one. I count at least 8 to 10 carts in that train. And Maurice Schmeis is in the thick of things. He's in the trenches, is the 310 from JJ Racing. Just under 4.5 minutes to go. And Linus Henson is still trying to find a way past Nico Hanke. But the 306 not giving any opportunity for the 333, the current reigning defending champion in this class, in this championship, who also has a comfortable championship lead coming into this round after the first 2 rounds of the season, which literally happened within a fortnight of each other. So the first round at Wackersdorf, the second round at Mulsen, and now we're here at Kerpen. And Henson, if he needs to do something to try and chase after Luca Thiel, he needs to do it in the next 60 seconds or so to try and get past Hanke. But Hanke is really anticipating where Henson is planting that car. Now there's a bit of a gap between Linus Henson and Lucas Thompson to the tune of nearly 2.8 seconds. And looks like Lucas Thompson is going to be Billy No Mates at the moment, or Lucas No Mates coming through at this particular moment, because now we've got just under 3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining on the clock. And Luca Thiel, I think, has got a little bit of daylight at the end of the tunnel, because now he's got just over 3 minutes to go, plus one additional lap. The way that Nico Hanke is pulling away, Maddox Wirtz is now the second. Oh no, the pole sitter from earlier on has also had dramas. So with all that battling, all that hoo-ha that was happening behind the top three, where we saw drivers fan out left, right and centre, Maddox Wirtz and Bennett Arden seem to have been either casualties due to technical issues or casualties due to the bumps and scrapes of war out on the circuit. 2.5 minutes to go. Linus Henson doesn't seem to have an answer for the driver in second position, Nico Hanke. Max Busch now hits the top 10 ahead of Adrian Dobrich from Austria. As we now go on to lap number 11 with just over 2.25 minutes remaining plus an additional lap. So Thiel leads. There's the move from Henson. Finally it happens. About 90 seconds after when I said he might need to do something, and to do something rather quickly. Now looking at the lap times, Luca Thiel has been the fastest driver out there and has had a cumulative average of no higher than probably a 45.57 lap time, because it was a 45.6 last time round, a 45.539 and then a 45.529. That's the last 3 laps that have been recorded by the transponder on Luca Thiel's kart chassis. Now we go on to lap number 12, and puts in the fastest lap of the race, a 45.511. Linus Henson nearly the best part of 0.4 of a second adrift. Gap now extends to 2 seconds, so time is fast running out. Denny Bount has got past Vivian Michel Hyde for 22nd. Andre Petropoulos now past Giuseppe Fico for P12. Jan Heinen has got past Darius Nitu for 7th place. Lucas Hartmann now ahead of Maurice Schmeis for P5. But into the last 60 seconds of the race we go. And Luca Thiel is still leading. The gap now 2.1 seconds. After 12 laps, we're on to lap number 13. Henson battling away with Hanke. That's the only thing that Henson can do at the moment. And hope that in race 2 a little bit later on, that things might come his way. So 20 seconds on the clock remain. And Luca Thiel looking to start mounting a comeback offensive against Linus Henson. So Maddox Wirtz retired on lap 7. Bennett Arends unfortunately on lap number 4. But this time around we should get, I would say, more than likely. So the next time around we're on lap number 14 out of 15. And the next time around Luca Thiel will get the final lap board. Hanke still battling away with Henson over what is second position on the road. And there's the leader just gone through, shot through the sweeping S's. There's Henson and Hanke. Linus Henson has been given a little bit of a taste of his own medicine, I think, here, because he's been the one that's been at the sharper end of the field. But then Luca Thiel, we saw him embroiled in that battle with Henson all season long last year, which only went to 3 rounds because of obviously the changes with the current situation. But things have been a bit more fastidious this season. We've been able to race a little bit earlier in the year. As Hanke looking one way then the other, trying to do the old Nigel Mansell dummy on Linus Henson, but Henson not playing games with that one, I can tell you that much. But there is the leader. Final lap board is out. Henson is holding on, leading into the corners just to get a little bit more traction on that particular axle. But there goes Hanke up the inside. Saw the move was available and took the plunge, both feet first. And made a splash rather than going from out of the frying pan and into the fire. But Luca Thiel wins Senior Rotax Heat 1, 399, last year's runner-up in the standings. Finished 3.3 seconds ahead of Nico Hanke, who, with about 3 corners remaining, stole second off of Lena Sensen like candy off of a baby. The defending champion ending up in P3. Lucas Thompson in 4th place ahead of Lucas Hartmann. Morris Schmeis, Jan Heinen, Darius Nitu, Luca Costa and Max Busch round out the top 10. Adrian Dobrich from Austria in 11th ahead of Andrei Petropoulos, Kian Agasade, Finchdiak, Giuseppe Fico, Leander Luke Schneider, Lucas Vavajanak, Luisa Kehler, Philip Keskik. Then we've also got Mats Johan Overhoff completing the top 20. Running at the 26th at finish, Lasse Reinhardt, Danny Berndt, Vivian Michel Heid, Finny Hamfrecht, Mark Schubmann and Maximilian Pergand with unfortunately retirements on lap 7 from Maddox Weerts, our pole sitter, and Berit Arends on lap number 4.
Rotax Senior.
So race 5 of the meeting, we head into DD2 territory this time. So here's the grid. Mika Metz took pole position earlier on in qualifying ahead of Lukas Horstmann, Ronny Göttler and Florian Breitenbach. That is your top 2 rows ahead of the 401 of Yannick Jacobs and the 488 of Mark Bartels. Row 4, it's Leon Arndt in the 442 and the 481 of Fabian Bock. Completing the top 10, it's the 468 and the 439 of Hannes Border and Lawrence Seifried, respectively. Marcel Steinert and Jonas Volscheid in the 413 and the 420. complete the 6th row ahead of the 494 of Marco Göttler, the 409 of Tim Stender, the 477 of Robert Schopian, the 469 of Yannick Herrmann, the 405 of Tristan Gebhardt, and the 402 of Philipp Dreschler. So 10 minutes plus an additional lap for this particular race. So Mika Metz comes into this championship with a 12-point advantage. And with the top 3 covered by 12 points, it's not going to be easy. It's going to be a hard-fought slog all the way through this next day and a bit of competition, plus also what we'll have at Witgenborn on October the 2nd and 3rd for the championship finale, which will see drivers qualify for the 2021 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals in Bahrain, representing Team Germany, or representing the nation if they qualify through a different licence. So got to get into formation pretty quickly. 18 drivers, 9 rows, 10 minutes plus an additional lap. Into the tram lines we go. And we wait. The revs rise. Are we ready? Do we go lights out? I'm not too sure. We'll just keep an eye on that one. But it looks like Mika Metz got a great start initially. And it looks like Lukas Horstmann might be in second position. So green flags are waving. The timer has started to count down. And Mika Metz leads the way. Horstmann in second. Göttler might still be in third unless Florian Breidenbach has had anything to say about it. And it looks like the latter has made it through. So they come through to complete lap number 1. I'm wondering if that is that Fabian Bock that's made a few places in the meantime, as well as Lawrence Seifried. Going to find out as they come across the line to complete lap number 1. Mika Metz leading Lukas Horstmann, Breidenbach, Bartels, Bock and Seifried. Schopian's dropped all the way down to stone dead last in 18th position. So Mika Metz starting to open up a gap. And it looks to be a considerable one. 0.6 at the end of the first lap. Horstmann and Breitenbach could be bringing people along with, and it looks to be the case. There's Mark Bartels, Fabian Bock, Lawrence Seifried, Ronny Göttler, Yannick Jacobs, Leon Art and Marcel Steinert. I did say watch out for Steinert because he normally gets a bit racier during race trim, but qualifying doesn't always seem to suit him. Plus also, he's had to deal with another new chassis for 2021 indeed. So that's where things can sometimes be a bit lost in translation. Hannes Border gets past Marcel Steinert to now take 10th position. Oh, and we've had massive dramas. Ronny Göttler is involved in that. And I think the other driver, if memory serves me correctly, that could be Mark Bartels. There's been an almighty off going into turn 2. Just so double waved yellows. Yes, it was Mark Bartels that was the other driver involved. And unfortunately, those two drivers out on the spot. So it doesn't help either of them, I'm afraid. So that is now going to change things quite considerably. So Seifried now ends up in 4th place behind. Well, you can see now there's going to be a change because Yannick Jacobs has now gotten past Lawrence Seifried. That is for 4th position. Hannes Border running in the 468, having made the switch to the Maranello chassis as opposed to Parolin that I've seen him on previously. The good thing is that Hannes Border now has made a good as... now, I saw it now. Did I just see something? I saw a little bit of debris flying from the underneath of one of the chassis. Now, that could have been Horstmann. I'm not 100% sure, but it was through the S section. So I'm just having a look back at the footage. And yes, something came out from underneath from Lukas Horstmann's cart. Hopefully that's not exhaust related, otherwise that's going to be noisier than a noisy thing on a bad day. Mark Bartels and Ronny Göttler are out of the race, but the main thing is they both walked away from that incident. That was a bit of a hit there as well. So we're down to what will be 15 or 16 drivers, as long as Robert Schopian, who does cross the stripe now, with 6.5 minutes still to go. So So I'm not too sure whether underneath Horseman's cart that might have been a bit of debris from elsewhere, or whether that is part of the cart that has actually ended up going off the circuit. But it didn't look like anything important. I mean, if it was the back bumper, you probably would have seen it coming like nobody's business. However, it's getting a bit feisty a little bit further down. Hannes Border getting his elbows well and truly out, along with the likes of Leon Arndt and Marcel Steiner, who's now up into 8th. Marco Göttler now up into 14th, past Philipp Dreschler. Fabian Bock has also been in the trenches. He's now down into, well, he's up into 12th now, having gotten past Tristan Gebhardt. There is Lukas Horstmann. Still. Now, I'm just looking here to see what... Oh. Now, there was some... Now, that has caused problems for Lukas Hartmann. Because I didn't see a mechanical black flag showing on the timing. So, whether he knew that something was awry... So, that has changed everything. Florian Breidenbach, in the meantime, is now inherited as a result of Lukas Horstmann jumping into the pits. That has given him second position on the road, but now he's got to fight for it, because look at the train behind, and it's quite considerable. You've got Yannick Jacobs, you've got Hannes Border, Lawrence Seyfried, Leon Arndt, all battling away. I think, have you? Yes, you've even got Marcel Steinert. Steinert has got past Leon Arndt for position, so that now puts... That changes everything, because now Mika Metz is leading way by a country mile. No one's going to touch him with a dose of salts at the minute. But look, the gap nearly 4.9 seconds. Here comes Yannick Jacobs up the inside of Breidenbach. And there is Hannes Border just behind. Lawrence Seyfried and Marcel Steiner round out the top 6. Leon Arndt in 7th. Jonas Wolscheid in 8th place ahead of Tim Stender and Yannick Herrmann. But this battle for what is going to be effectively second on the road is going to be rather interesting, wouldn't you say, ladies and gentlemen? Because now, especially going through those S-bends, someone could make one hell of a manoeuvre and maybe take at least not just one place, but maybe a couple in the process. But the thing is, who's going to be the one to put it all on the line? Who's got the stones to go for the move? Your guess is as good as mine. But sometimes strategy is probably the best thing. But Hannes Border not using strategy at all as he tries to fire it up the inside. Was that was Marcel Steinert, I think, that has just managed. He got past Lawrence Seyfried, and there he is. There is Marcel Steinert closing in on Florian Breidenbach, because Yannick Jacobs has checked out by a little bit of a distance. So did say watch out for Steinert when he's on form. He does not give up easily, and that has just proved it. Case in point, because he's managed. He's now the FM Racing meet in an Ease Racing sandwich right about now, and that's the battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th, because Lawrence Seyfried and Leon Arndt are behind them. And a little bit of a different line taken by Marcel Steinert in comparison with Florian Breidenbach, who takes the conventional racing line. You can just see how close these drivers are. It's not easy out there when you're battling temperatures. You know, it's probably going to be at least 35 to 40 degrees Celsius in that race suit. As there is Marcel Steiner. He's looking one way, then the other. He looked to the right, then went to the left and got the job done. And now, here comes Hannes Border. Here comes... Oh! Now, Florian Breidenbach has really been thrown to the wolves right about now. Okay, we've got our first penalty issued during the race. And Ronnie Göttler actually got has been given a 5-second time penalty by race control for unfair driving stroke pushing. So that would probably be for the incident involving him and Mark Bartels a bit earlier on. Won't make any difference to the race result. But still, nevertheless, it's something that has to be looked at by race control and accordingly penalised. It's always down to them to make those decisions. I would not like to be in their position when they're having to look at 20 different viewpoints or 20 different cameras on the circuit. As we are now on to lap number 12 of this race. Mika Metz still leading the way. Jacobs now crosses the line, 6.4 seconds behind. But then it's all kicking off behind. You know, someone's pulled the pin on the grenade and thrown it, and that person is Marcel Steiner. Here's Hannes Border up the inside. Steiner looking to get back at him. through into the next left-hander at turn 3, now into 4 and 5. And Steiner looking rather racy, as is the driver behind him, and that is Lawrence Seyfried. Now, Seyfried has returned to competitive racing in DD2 this year. He used to do a bit of spannering over the last couple of seasons with a few teams, or a team. I think RS Competition springs to mind. I did used to see with him under the Robert Schlunson awning on a regular occasion, mechanicking for a few drivers, but decided to get back in and had the opportunity to do so. So there is Steinert along with Borde, and it's getting a little bit elbows out, a little bit further behind. I noticed one of the Dorn Motorsport carts. That looks to be Leon Arndt battling away with the likes of Fabian Bock and Tim Stender, amongst others, into the last 30 seconds of the race, plus an additional lap. Mika Metz has checked out well and truly. 6.6 seconds is the gap between him and Yannick Jacobs. And these drivers here are battling over the scraps on the table. So on to lap number 14 out of 15 goes Mika Metz. So does Yannick Jacobs. There's Hannes Borde, who is now 1.8 seconds behind. Marcel Steinert has wound up the wick on the Comp Kart chassis, puts in a personal best, 44.952 seconds on that particular round, that particular tour of the circuit. So timer has hit 0, and this is the penultimate lap of this first heat. So final lap board is shown to Mika Metz. Jacobs in second. Robert Schorpian looks to have pulled in the pits. Lukas Hosman has also, unfortunately, retired whilst placing second. So 14 out of 18 drivers still circulating. Mika Metz still very much out in front at the moment, and will very shortly be coming through the S's and into the final couple of corners. So there's Jacobs, but the checkered flag waves. There is Mika Metz, who takes a convincing victory here in DD2. Jacobs now will cross the line very shortly. 7 seconds adrift in P2. Hannes Borde wins the battle for P3 ahead of Marcel Steinert along Seyfried. The top 5 covered by just over 9.8 seconds at the checkered. Florian Breitenbach rounds out the top 6 ahead of Fabian Bock, Leon Arndt, Marco Göttler, Yannick Herrmann, Jonas Wolscheid, Tim Stender, Tristan Gebhardt and Philipp Treschler rounding out the top 14, all of which finished all 15 laps of racing. Robert Schorpian unfortunately retired on lap 13. Lukas Horstmann on the end of lap 6 after something came adrift from the bottom of the kart, going through the S's, with Mark Bartels and Ronny Göttler eliminated after a clash between the pair on lap number 3. So here is our last of the first set of heats here today at Kerpen. DD2 Masters up next. So Thomas Piet by nearly 0.2 of a second took pole position in qualifying and will start in the 550 on pole position. Alongside will be the 526 of Michael Becker. Daniel Schallenberger, current championship leader coming into this round, starts on the inside of row 2 in the 522. Alongside will be Andreas Frenzel in the 503. Stefan Epp, Konrad Bayer, Tanju Yildiz and Falco Birkholz complete the 14 strong drivers that are competing in this 10-minute plus an additional lap DD2 Masters race. So I'll now have to get them into under starters orders, into formation ahead of what will be an interesting 10 minutes of racing. Top 2 covered by just 8 points coming into this round. Top 3 in the standings covered by 18 points. So Daniel Schallenberger has got to be on his best behaviour, mind his P's and Q's, cross the T's, dot the I's all weekend long in order to keep himself at the sharp end of the order. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is easier said than done. Out of the final corner we go, into the tram lines. Revs rise. Are we ready? Let's see if this was a clean start, because I'll know straight away if the timer goes straight down back to 10 minutes. Well, it looks like everyone's up to full racing speed and someone's gone off and started bumping. Oh, and that's Marco Winkler of all people. Oh my goodness, not exactly what Marco Winkler wanted, to be shoved out wide going through turn 2 and then finding that his coccyx was the shock absorber for going over that very, very bumpy, grassy part of the circuit, and he thought he wasn't at a rallycross track. Well, stranger things have happened. 9 minutes and 15 seconds still to go, plus an additional lap. Michael Becker being pressurised by Daniel Schallenberger, heading through the right-hander after the start-finish line. Through into turn 2 goes Schallenberger up the inside of Becker and takes second position. But Becker quickly on the offensive. Oh, Schallenberger runs wide. And round the outside of him goes Andreas Frenzel in the 503. That shows how bad you can get it wrong going through turn 2. Klaus Parnett just behind, Tommy Helfinger, Leonard Schreiber, they're all literally in a train going through the S's. At the back end of that train is Daniel Yildiz down in 12th position. Konrad Bayer is just up ahead as Patrick Weinstock trying to battle away with, well, Stefan Krabal was battling away with somebody right there and then, and he was ahead of Patrick Weinstock, so that would have been with Leonard Schreiber. Top 2 covered by just over 0.9 of a second as we go into the second minute out of 10. There's Michael Becker. Andreas Frenzel just behind, or just ahead of Daniel Schallenberger. So Schallenberger having a bit of a drama, to say the very least. I think that was probably new Nomex required. Well, new Nomex required for the 522. However, now just under 8 minutes plus an additional lap. There is Andreas Frenzel, there is Daniel Schallenberger, and Klaus Parnett doesn't look to be too far behind either. 502 running with Knees Racing, and then you've got Tommy Helfinger. Helfinger was in the battle for the title last year, missed out, but still with today's 2 races and the 2 races tomorrow, that will help. As I think we've just seen Marco Winkler get past Daniel Yildiz. Daniel Schallenberger closing in on Andreas Frenzel for P3 once again, but the two are literally intertwined, but you can't push them apart no matter how hard you tried. Into the left-hander that brings them onto the latter part of the circuit. So the gap between the two leaders, Thomas Piet leading by 1.4 seconds ahead of Michael Becker. Frenzel still battling away with Schallenberger for P P3 on the road. Parnet, Helfinger, Grabau, Weinstock, Schreiber, Epp, Bayer, Winkler, Yildiz, and Birkholz. That is the 14 runners and riders still on the circuit. We've got just under 6.5 minutes to go. Piet leads, but how much longer will he be extending that gap for at the end of 5 laps of racing? Well, he did a 45.411 second lap time after 4 laps. He crosses the line again. What's his lap time this time? 45.333. Gap now nearly a second and a half. Back to Michael Becker, who has started dropping Andreas Frenzel and Daniel Schollenberger, with Schollenberger hell-bent still on getting P3 back after that moment earlier on, about 3 laps ago, where he went wide battling with Becker, and all of a sudden Frenzel was like a rat up a drain pipe and went round the outside of the 522. It seems like if you're the one that's actually behind another cart going through these S's, you get a hell of a momentum carry coming through, and Schollenberger really has found a bit more pace in the 522, and now he's closing in. It's not a case of when he's going to get past Andreas Frenzel. It's a case. Well, it's not a case of if. It's going to be a case of when does he pull the trigger? Does Daniel Schollenberger? That's easier said than done, because you've got one driver trying to go aggressive. You've got the other one on the defensive, trying to make the cart as wide as possible. That back axle will probably have back axle upon back axle to make it wide. Figuratively, not literally speaking, I might add. But still pretty good running between these two. We're halfway through the race, halfway to go, halfway still remaining, so just under 5 minutes plus an additional lap. And Michael Becker is trying to close in on Thomas Piet for the lead of the race. The gap last time round was 1.385 seconds. Has Becker been able to close on in? We're about to find out. He's shaved another 10th off. 45.224 is the fastest lap of the race, and it goes to Michael Becker. Gap now down to 1.262 seconds after 7 laps. We're on lap number 8. Very, very good run back towards the sharper end. Well, as if to the rather pointy end is what Michael Becker's trying to achieve here. He's closing in on Thomas Piet. That gap very soon could be less than a second. And when you get a little bit closer to the cart in front, you do get that sort of turbulent air that you're able to extract a little bit more out of the cart. Less throttle required, less tyres, less tyre degradation. Oh, now Michael Becker has just put in a 45.168. He's taken over 4 tenths out of Thomas Piet. And there goes Daniel Schollenberger. About time, sunshine. Up the inside of Andreas Frenzel to now take 3rd position. So just over 3.5 minutes to go. So now Schollenberger needs to push down on that throttle like crazy, within circumstantial reasoning, of course, to get past Michael Becker. But Becker is closing in on Piet. Becker is close towards the sharper end of the title picture. Now the gap between first and second has started to equalise a little bit, because Thomas Piet has started responding. Quelle surprise, I would say, right there and then, because Thomas Piet put in a 45.394 second lap time. Michael Becker put in a 45.348 second lap time on that occasion. So within a half a tenth of each other. So Piet is starting to respond to Becker's inroads on his lead. And when you have someone truncating a lead that was at one point nearly 2 seconds, now gets it down by well over a second, you're going to respond accordingly. Now Schollenberger has dropped Andreas Frenzel like a bad habit and has gotten about well over half a second up the road. There is Andreas Frenzel being closed in on by Tommy Helfinger, I believe. Well, Tommy Helfinger is being closed in on by Klaus Parnet. There is Patrick Weinstock not too far behind either. Gap between first and second now just over 8 tenths. Schollenberger has just put in the fastest lap. Oh, anyone got that Jaws music handy? Because Daniel Schollenberger has nearly doubled the gap between himself and Andreas Frenzel to now nearly 9 tenths of a second after just 2 laps having got past. So Schollenberger with a 45.139. Thomas Piet has started to respond to Michael Becker, putting in a 45.254. That is the personal best of the 550. Michael Becker, best lap from him so far at 45.168. Schollenberger has got... Oh, now look at that gap. Becker did a 45.8 last time around. That's uncharacteristic from him. You make one mistake and you can open the floodgates, and that's exactly what Michael Becker has just done. Unwillingly, I might add. So just a minute and 10 seconds plus an additional lap still to go. Thomas Piet now has a lead of nearly 1.4 seconds. It could be about 1.5 seconds, depending on the way that Michael Becker has started dropping off the cliff in terms of probably what the tyres are able to compete with. So we'll have this plus another 2 laps. We're on to lap number 13 out of 15. Daniel Schollenberger is pushing like crazy. It's not hammer time, it's Schollenberger time, because he's managed to get that cart to within 6/100ths of the 45-second bracket. Pretty good running, I must say, from Daniel Schollenberger there. So now Michael Becker will realise and will know, he'll probably feel it behind him, the fact that Schollenberger is closing in. So we should have this plus, well, this plus 2 additional laps. So Thomas Piet crosses the line, 9 seconds on the clock. So no final lap board out this time. There will be one next time around, because Daniel Schollenberger has got just under 2 kilometres to go to try and get past Michael Becker. And in the meantime, Klaus Barnett looks to be having a bit of a battle of his own, a little bit further down from them. So timer has hit 0 on the clock. And Schollenberger now will get the sign that will be effectively the de facto hurry up, which means he will need to get past Michael Becker rather quickly. Last lap board is out. Becker being hounded by Schollenberger. Into turn 1, now into 2. Schollenberger not close enough quite yet, but I would say probably through the twisty stuff, through the sweeping S's, he'll have a chance. Through 3. Now into the left-hander here at 4 for the sweeping S's. And this is where Schollenberger seems to have a really good purchase in comparison with Becker. They're both pretty stationary or steady in terms of how the carts are set up. Schollenberger seems to have that little bit more pace, but he's fast running out of time. Becker looks over his left shoulder and knows that there's only a handful of corners, but Schollenberger could fire it up the inside through the final corner. But out of it comes Thomas Piet, who takes the victory in the heats. But between Becker and Schollenberger misses out by just under 0.3 of a second, so Michael Becker takes second place. Andreas Frenzel rounds out the top 4 ahead of FM Racing's Patrick Weinstock. Klaus Barnett in 6th ahead of Stefan Grabau. Tommy Helfinger in 8th. Marco Winkler, who went rally crossing a bit earlier. No, you're not in Höljes in Sweden like World RX is at the moment, Marco. You're in Kerpen at the moment on your cart. 9th. Stefan Epp in 10th. Lennart Schreiber in 11th. Konrad Bayer in 12th ahead of Daniel Yildiz, with Falco Birkoltz running at the 14 strong, but a pretty good win there for Thomas Piet in the 550 on the Praga chassis here at Kerpen in DD2 Masters. So quickly, after completing the first set of heats, now onto the second batch. So Micromax Noah Janssen, who won the first heats a little bit earlier on by just over 1.6 seconds, starts on pole position. Arjen Kreling alongside Gabriel Hoffmann, who finished second in the previous race, starts on the inside of row number 2. Carlos Nees, who finished 5th in the first race, starts P4. Nicolas Casarino, who starts in 5th, finished 3rd in the first race. Len Abbas finished 7th, starts alongside the number 12. Christos Malakos in 7th, ahead of Max Moore, Tim Stieger, Leon Blaskowitz, Leopold Juch and Jolina Schultz. That is your 12-strong grid. So Gabriel Hoffmann took the fastest lap in the previous race, a 52.004 second lap time. What's going to happen here? Is Noah Janssen going to be put under the kibosh yet again and be pressurised going into turns 1 and 2 for the first time of asking? Well, we're very much in the case of thinking that could be found out in just a few moments' time, because another 7 minutes on the clock, plus an additional lap for these drivers. So it is Janssen. Will Kreling have a better effort this time around, or will Hoffmann get the jump? Let's see what happens. Janssen on pole, Kreling alongside. Then it's Hoffmann, and then Nees alongside the number 95. Next up, it is Casarino and Abbas. That is your top 6. 12 drivers set to compete in this race as they make their way down towards the far part of the circuit. And then we will be racing once again. So this is where Janssen will start hopefully pushing forward and extend that championship lead come the end of this weekend. But that's easier said than done. It is a marathon, not a sprint. But you try telling a racing driver that, they're probably going to ignore you and think, what are you talking about? Oh, now, hang on a second. We've just had 2 drivers go into... Oh, and that includes Noah Janssen. So I would think that looks to be more than likely. Is that going to be a... That was Noah Janssen and Arjen Kreling that both went in at the same time. So was there an issue for them? Because that has really... That's a full start right there. I thought that might be the case. And we've got an issue there. That is Christos Malakos trying to get going again. Number 27 now, stuck on turn 3. So, yeah, so we had... so I would imagine, have both Janssen and Kreling suffered some dramas, because that changes the complexity of the race. Well, there is Kreling, who's just gotten to the front of the field. And where is Noah Janssen? Because Janssen will have probably been able to get out in time. That's the biggest quandary here, because that effectively means that Arjen Kreling has... So there is Malakos's cart now pushed aside. The youngster, unfortunately, very disappointed that not able to race, and this does happen in karting. So the biggest question is, what is happening with Noah Janssen? Because this has changed everything, because now, look at Gabriel Hoffmann. He's effectively got a run. Now, the thing is that he's going to have to stay behind Kreling, as far as I'm concerned. Right, into the tram lines we go. Janssen's on the edge of the pre-grid, so they've let them go racing. The timer has started ticking down. So Kreling is leading. Hoffmann in second. Casarino. And then it looks like Tim Stieger trying to make his way up, but it looks to be nearly 3 abreast going into turn 3. Don't do that. Oh, my goodness. Well, that's one thing that you do find, that sometimes drivers get a bit overzealous and they decide to make it 3 wide through turn 3 here at Kerpen. That never happens. That never happens at all. They do say that at points on the circuit it is 7 metres wide. Yeah, well, you try putting Micromax drivers 3 abreast going through turn 3. That particular point on the circuit is not 7 metres wide, I can guarantee you that much. So Noah Janssen is start now. I think, as my good friend Mr. Henry Brodette would say, Noah Jansen's got to do a top gear from the rear. He is closing on those in front. As Kreiling leads from Hoffman, Casarino, that's the top three. Carlos Nees in fourth. Len Abbas in fifth place. And Casarino trying to go side pod to side pod with Hoffman, but can't get through. But on this particular occasion, Casarino gets through, and that was through the left-hander. Looked to be through what would have been turn 5. Excuse me. So now there is a change for second position. We're about to complete lap number 2 of this race. I will be pinging a message to Max Fleischmann if he's there at the moment for FM Racing. Find out what happened with Noah Jansen. So Jansen was allowed to go into the repair area, but would have had to start, according to current regulations, in the pre-grid, as Casarino looking up the inside of Kreiling, but Kreiling was able to keep in front. Casarino again on the offensive, but that could open the door for Hoffman. And now Casarino looking up the inside to go and get the lead. And has he got through? Yes, he has. And here comes Gabriel Hoffman through nearly side pod to side pod with Arjen Kreiling, but does not force the issue. One of the biggest rules in racing, never take out your teammate. So Christos Melakos, unfortunately, not having the greatest time, didn't even make it to the start, as Noah Jansen finds himself a little bit on the back foot, has yet to cross the line, I think. Oh, so Noah Jansen's technical dramas have continued. That means things are changing here, because now Arjen Kreiling up the inside of Niklas Casarino to retake the lead. Here comes Gabriel Hoffman looking to the inside of the number 12. Can't get through thus far, but through the next left-hander could be an opportunity for the number 95. Decides to think better of it. And there is Carlos Nees, not too far behind, and has a chance at closing them down. Oh no, dramas for Niklas Casarino. The kart has decided to become his worst enemy. And the number 12 is slowing significantly there. Hang on a second. Well, Noah Jansen is actually out on track and has got past Leopold Juch, but Niklas Casarino was second, and that has changed the situation again. So first, Christos Melakos breaks down before we even before we go on to our second restart. Niklas Casarino on lap number 5 of the race, whilst second behind Arjen Kreiling and ahead of Gabriel Hoffman, breaks down. This has got so many twists and tales. I wouldn't have believed it if you'd given me a Hollywood script. Unfortunately, we've just had our first corridor penalty. And for 2 wheels out of the tram lines, Jolina Marie Schulz gets a 3-second time penalty for braking formation by putting 2 wheels out of the tram lines at the start. So broke formation, gets a 3-second time penalty, and that could possibly drop the number 13 out of the top 8, depending on the gaps behind. And here is the battle for the lead. Arjen Kreiling and Gabriel Hoffman. Hoffman has been looking at an opportunity to lead. And let's see, has he got in front? He has. That's a great move there by Gabriel Hoffman. Just wound up, waited, bided time, and then sprung into action. Oh, now. Incorrect starting position penalty has just been given. Arjen Kreiling gets a 5-second time penalty from race control for being in the incorrect starting position. So that is why he will get a 5-second time penalty post-race and will drop the number 62 outside of the top 5 by my reckoning. If things were to finish as they do now, that's quite a significant penalty there. So Gabriel Hoffmann leads. Arjen Kreling, who will drop down the order. That means that Carlos Nees in the number 15 will be promoted post-race to second position at the end of it all. Noah Janssen, I think, has pulled into the pits again. Well, I'm not too sure whether there's an issue with Noah Janssen's transponder. So 2 retirements. Christos Malakos, Niklas Casarino, unfortunately out of the race. We're into the final 50 or so seconds plus an additional lap. So we are on to lap number 8 as Kreling looking up the inside of Hoffmann. But Hoffmann not giving an inch, not allowing Arjen Kreling to take a mile in terms of the gaps right there. Carlos Nees still very much in the ringside seat position there as the number 15. As they go through the sweeping S-bends once again. And Kreling trying to assert some pressure onto Gabriel Hoffmann. But Hoffmann keeping resolute, keeping calm. The timer is about to hit 0, so I would imagine we're going to be on to the final lap momentarily. Because now the timer, as they come through into the left-hander, timer hit 0. Final lap board out this time. Hoffmann still leads. As we go on to the 9th and final lap, Kreling looking up the inside. Hoffmann keeps it pinned. And Kreling backs out of it, thought better of it. Into 3 for the final time. Now into turns 4, then into 5. You can just see how close it is between this trio. And the gap between Hoffmann and Kreling after the previous lap was just 1.1 of a second. Now it's the run towards the checkered flag. It has been nip and tuck. And Arjen Kreling will be demoted down to what will be 5th at the end of this race. But out of the final corner, Gabriel Hoffmann holds on and takes a well-earned victory and celebrates the minute he crosses the line with both hands off the wheel in celebration. That just shows how much it means to these youngsters. And, Hoffmann still celebrating. I'm sure that he is grinning like the Cheshire Cat from Alice in Wonderland. And I know that some of his family further over in Europe are watching. So I'm sure they're jumping up and down off the sofas, off the ceilings. A nice little celebration there from Carlos Nees, who will take second at the end of this race. So Gabriel Hoffmann takes the win. Carlos Nees will take second. Third will be Len Abbas. Tim Steiger will be in 4th. Arjen Kreling will be demoted to 5th at the end of this race with that post-race penalty. Max Moore, Leon Blashkowitz and Leopold Juch with Jolina Schultz rounding out the 9 strong that finished. Schultz gets a penalty for 2 wheels out of the tram lines, with Niklas Casarino and Noah Janssen out on lap 4, with Christos Malakos not even making the start.
und auch jetzt geben wir ihm die Chance in der Formation, dass er rausfährt und fahren wir noch eine Runde, dann sonst will es noch Feld dran. Dass er durch der zweite ewig gefahren ist, dann war es sowieso klar, weil dann war eh Chaos. Dann startet er nach, kommt rum, verliert wieder. Tun drauf, fährt rum, 2 Runden später war wieder weg. Ja.
Now it's time for Heat 2 for Minimax, and as per the previous race, Simon Meyer starts on the front row on pole position. Alongside will be the 150 of Matthias Schulte, and we already had someone off at turn number 3. Not too sure, that could have been Schulte actually that has just gone off the track. Hopefully we'll be able to recover the position. Yeah, that is Matthias Schulte. I mean, I noticed straight away the green, the bright chrome green racing helmet. Alexander Kluger will start on the inside of row 2 in the 180 alongside Nein Bretag in the 191. Mika Trapp in the 118, who won the first heat earlier on, 0.3 of a second ahead of Simon Meyer after a great little dice between the two. David Girouche starts P6. Bennett Meyer, Devin Leonokar in the 106 and the 153 complete row 4, with Kenyon Washington the 114 and Kevin Schneider in the 105 completing the 10-strong grid that will be competing over the next 7 minutes plus an additional lap. So Matthias Schulte takes his place alongside Simon Meyer at the front of the field. 7 minutes on the clock plus an additional lap. The intermediate classification will be decided after each of the races have been concluded here today at Kerpen. So will it be 2 for 2 for Mika Trapp? Got 7 minutes plus an additional lap. That gives us about 8 minutes of racing to find out. Right then, into the tram lines we go. Revs rise. Are we ready? Looks like we've got ourselves off and racing. And Alexander Klugel trying to do his utmost to keep on pace with Simon Meyer. There's Mika Trapp up into third place like a rat up a drain pipe. He's trying to go for second already. Up the inside of Alexander Klugel. He hasn't got the job done. It looks like it was actually for third because, well, yeah, he has got the job done. So, Mika Trapp up into P2. Nein Bretag at the back of this 5-cart train, which has got Matthias Schulte. Make that 6 with Bennett Meyer in the 106 on the Cosmos chassis as Nein Bretag tries to find a way past Matthias Schulte in the early goings of this race. 6 minutes and 15 seconds plus an additional lap, and all 10 carts are pretty much line astern at the moment. Across the line, First lap in the books, all drivers covered by 1.9 seconds. Here comes Alexander Klugel up the inside of Mika Trapp through into turn 2. And then steamrolls through to Schulte. Going into that into turn 3, that left hand there. And gets past Mika Trapp, but Trapp holds on. Oh, that's getting rather tight and twisty between the pair. And they're bumping and boring. And David Girouche ends up on the grass as well after... I think there might have been a slightest amount of nudging between Mika Trapp and Matthias Schulte. That's allowed Nein Bretag to now take P3 and is P4. So Kenyon Washington, who started down in 9th, now finds himself in 5th position. Sometimes it pays to be safe, doesn't it? I think he learnt his lesson from Muzzin, did Kenyon Washington. He's got Matthias Schulte right behind him. As the battle for 3rd and 4th, Mika Trapp being handed by Nein Bretag for 3rd place. But Alexander Klugel now battling away with Simon Meyer. If anyone might remember, these two tangled back at Wackersdorf at the season opener. It was one of the most dramatic incidents I think I've seen in Rotax racing since my tenure, actually, in terms of an accident that really sort of put the cat amongst the pigeons. I've seen quite a few significant rollovers as well, but for sheer shock value, that was one accident I never thought would happen. But it was on one of the most precarious parts on the circuit. Nein Bretag still behind Mika Trapp as we go into the last 4 minutes and 25 seconds of the race, and Bretag looking to get past. Mika Trapp needs to start pulling away from the 191, but the 191 on the Tony Kart chassis, running under the FM Racing awning, is looking pretty feisty right now and is keeping Mika Trapp very, very honest indeed. The leader at the moment, Simon Meyer, who's got nearly a 4/10 of a second advantage over Alexander Klugel, has put in the fastest lap of the race of 49.123 second lap time after the completion of 3 laps. David Girouche now gets past Kevin Schneider. Girouche, with Polish origins, had the misfortune of being unwantedly exiting stage left, going through the sweeping S's after the moment between Mika Trapp and Matthias Schulte. Well, I'll be very interested to hear sides of the story on that one. But Meyer and Klugel still leading the way. The gap has now extended between the top 2. And now Trapp and Bretag. Mika Trapp has just put in the fastest lap of anybody. 48.923. And that was over 2.5 of a second quicker than the driver in front. Alexander Klugel better watch his back bumper right very soon indeed, because we're into the last 3 minutes of this race, and Alexander Klugel now knows that the win is going to be out of reach, but second still very much a good opportunity for Alexander Klugel. Now Klugel finished P3 in the first heat, as Bretag trying to go up the inside of Mika Trapp, but Mika Trapp holds on, keeps it defensive, stays ahead of the 191 with just under 2.5 minutes remaining. David Girouche now gets past Devin Leonkar in the meantime to get up into P8. Next on the list will be Bennett Meyer and then Kenyon Washington. So Girouche looking to move forward. The battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th really heating up, because you can just see the way that Mika Trapp is just honing in on Alexander Klugel, but Nein Bretag looking otherwise. Up the inside of the 118, going through into turn 2, gets the job done. And now Mika Trapp goes, why on earth were you doing that, man? You need to help us catch up to the guy in front. Well, if you're in different awnings, I'm afraid, Mika, you're going to have to find your own way forward. It's never easy. If both of them were under the same awning, I could understand some kind of driver's agreement, so to speak, but it's all easier said than done. Nein Bretag now forcing the issue up the inside of Alexander Klugel, and there goes Mika Trapp, and oh my goodness, a bit of Gymkhana styly there for Alexander Klugel, as Mika Trapp was up the inside. It was fair. That was very, very fair indeed. But then I think Mika Trapp just ran a little bit wide himself, and then all of a sudden Alexander Klugel had nowhere to go and gesticulated, and I'm sure that there were a few choice words behind that race visor. So Alexander Klugel now drops out of the top three through no fault of his... Well, I mean, he's been dropping off the pace a little bit. However, that incident may not have been of his own, completely of his own doing. But Simon Mayer is leading the way ahead of Nine Bretag by a comfortable nigh on 2 seconds as we head into the last 30 on the clock, plus an additional lap. So Kenyon Washington has unfortunately pulled the number 114 entry into the pits. So looks like Washington is out. There's the timer about to hit 0. There is the 145 of Simon Mayer leading the way and has done so since lights out. Next time around we'll get the final lap board. So final lap board is out. Now Mika Trapp and Nine Bretag back into battle, lines being drawn. The 191 still leading the way. But, oh, Trapp looked to pin it around the outside going through into turn 2. And then Bretag was having absolutely none of it. There was a little bit of touching there. Wheel sidewall to side pod, and there is Mika Trapp trying to go up the inside. The pair are side by side. Oh, Bretag closes the door going through into the sweeping S's, and Mika Trapp was unable to quickly counter-attack right there. But it's the final lap of the race, and this is where Mika Trapp is really going to start pushing like crazy. Bretag goes on the defensive into the next left-hander. And Mika Trapp right into the wheel tracks, but I don't think it's going to be enough. But out of the final corner, it is going to be Simon Mayer that's going to take the checkered flag. And Bretag absolutely jubilant of securing second place because he held off, Nine Bretag held off Mika Trapp, who nearly went 2 wheels on the grass. But what a battle between the pair of them. Mika Trapp could have had that done and dusted before the sweeping S's, but Nine Bretag went, oh no you don't sunshine, and kept it pinned and finished in second. Alexander Klugel rounds out the top 4 ahead of David Jerush, our resident Valtteri Bottas wannabe, cutting up some grass with that front bumper, but manages to finish in 5th. Matthias Schulter in 6th ahead of Devin Leon Ukar, Bennett Meyer, Kevin Schneider, with unfortunately Kenyon Washington retiring on lap number 6.
Hinweis an alle Teilnehmer, dass der Müll, den ihr sammeln könnt oder gesammelt habt, an 2 Sammelstellen abgegeben werden kann. Einmal am Waschplatz im Fahrerlager und einmal im unteren Fahrerlager direkt hinter dem starken Zielhaus sind 2 Möglichkeiten, 2 Sammelplätze, um den Müll abzugeben.
Next up, race 9 of the meeting. And we've got juniors back out on track. Raphael Renhofer, who won the first heat after a little bit of a fight back, starts from pole position. It's got Matthias Turlo, who retired on the very first lap earlier on in heat 1, alongside Mikkel Pedersen and Raphael Balzer, row 2. Janis Diak and Farin Mega, row 3. Bruno Molders and Nevio Fischer, row 4. Lewis Reich and Lewis Dedling, row 5, completing the top 10. Nikita Gens and Lewis Jacobs, row 6. Leandro Fischer and Montigo Masson, row 7. Row 8, it's Maximilian Schreier and Jonny Mertz. Row 9, Soliglan and Jonas Ungnada. Row 10, completing the top 20, it's David Schnell and Moritz Wolber. Tom Müller, Adrian Rohr, Hugo Güttel and Gregor Feigenspan complete the 24 strong. So, a few penalties handed out in the previous race. The 220, the 271, the 211 and the 215. So Moritz Wolber, Gregor Feigenspan, Bruno Malders and also the 220 of Tom Müller all got 5-second front fairing penalty post-race. So after this, we'll have 3 more races to go, and then we have a bit of a respite, a little bit of a Feierabend, as they would say over here in Germany. So a little bit of rest, relaxation, recuperation, getting ready for tomorrow's action, where we will have a total of another 12 races, 24 over the course of the weekend here in Kerpen. Every single class will have a warm-up tomorrow morning, starting at 9 o'clock with Micro Max, 7-minute warm-ups. Then we go into the 2 main races, the one that really count towards the championship, along with the ranking in the heats. So, will we have a repeat of Heat 1 earlier on today? I'm kind of crossing my fingers, crossing my arms and my toes and hoping that that doesn't happen, what we had earlier on. However, they head into the tram lines. The revs, they start to rise. Are we ready? Looks like, I'm not too sure if that was a very good start there at all, but someone, Raphael Balzer, tried to thread the eye of the needle going through into the formation and might have broken it slightly early, so might be under the wrath of race control. But the timer has counted down. The drivers are making their way through turn 3. Some points are 2x2, hurrah. But at the moment, it is Renhofer leading from Pedersen. Third, it's Stiak. And then Mulders up into what is now P4. Tolu's 5th. And has got Farin Mega closing in and has gone side by side. Oh, that's brave from Farin Mega right there. Coming out of the S's. So there's the top 4. Renhofer will lead after lap 1. Raphael Balzer has got past Farin Mega for 6th place. So the 217 from Bühler Racing Team showing the current reigning current. Oh, Bruno Moulders, what are you playing at? Oh, just went way too late on the brakes going into turn 2. Had a real good run up the inside of Janis Diak, but it just all went wrong for the Dutchman. Just literally went alongside, hit the brakes, back end stepped out to the right. Janis Diak got away with things, and all of a sudden Nevio Fischer will probably be thinking, well, I've counted my lucky stars right here, but Mikkel Pedersen in the meantime has got past Raphael Renhofer to take the lead on lap number 2. Effectively, that now changes a few bits and pieces at the sharper end of the field. But Renhofer will be closing in. I guarantee you that much on Mikkel Pedersen to try and recapture that lead. So through the S's, over the clumps, over the curves, they clump, so to speak. They move their way up. Gregor Feigenspan now hits the top 20. Olle Glan now drops behind Johnny Mertz in 16th position. Leandro Fischer now completes the top 10, but things are getting they are getting even more hot and heated under the collar, because now Farin Mega is behind Nevio Fischer. 276 gets up the inside of the 236 to now retake second position, or third position, going through the exit of turn 2 and into the apex of turn 3. Janis Diak, Rafael Balsa, Matis Turlo, Nikita Genza, Louis Heichel and Maximilian Schreier complete the top 10, but the battle for the lead still wages on, unrelenting. Both of them have pulled the pins on the grenades, and they've left the rest standing in their wake. Gap between Mikkel Pedersen and Rafael Renhofer at the end of 3 laps was just under 0.2 of a second. It's going to be less than that as they come across the line. 0.108. Renhofer looking for the lead. Up towards the inside through turn 1 goes Rafael Renhofer up the inside of Mikkel Pedersen, who does the sensible thing and allows the 232 to get through to now take the lead. Now we're at the halfway point of the race, and Renhofer, if he gets an opportunity, could start striding away into the distance, but at the moment that is not quite happening yet. Pedersen will keep Renhofer very, very honest indeed. Through into the chicane, now into the left-hander that brings them back onto the start-finish line. Renhofer leads after 5 laps. Gap now 0.188 of a second. And Pedersen needed to be right in the wheel tracks of Renhofer to go up the inside and retake the lead back on lap 6. But Renhofer knew to pull away. Lewis Jacobs ahead of Leandro Fischer, who's dropped down to 13th position. David Schnell and Jonas Ungnader up into 19th and 20th respectively. Bruno Molder's back up into top 10, having had that massive sideways moment earlier on when he was going up the inside of Janis Diak for P3. 2 minutes and 24 seconds still to go, plus 1 lap, and the battle for the front at the front of the field is getting rather tasty. Farin Mega, however, has put in for the last 2 laps in succession the fastest lap of anybody, a 46.009. That is over half a second quicker than Mikkel Pedersen. A little further back, Nikita Genza is also closing in on Nevio Fischer and Rafael Balsa for what is going to be the battle for 4th position on the road. 1 minute and 45 seconds still remain in this race, and this will decide the intermediate classification following on from today's heats as we go into finals day tomorrow, and that's when things could be very decisive. Just under 90 seconds remain. Farin Mega with the fastest lap of anybody still, 46.099. He's starting to close on Pedersen and Renhofer. Farin Mega, where has this pace come from? He's just done a 46.1. The top 2 are 3.5 of a second slower. They've been battling away, and I think they've taken a little bit of life out of those tyres. Whereas Farin Mega, now that he's got clean air, will use that to his advantage. We're into the last 60 seconds. There's Nevio Fischer, Rafael Balsa and Nikita Genza. So next time around we will get the final lap board because they crossed the line with 45 seconds to spare. Farin Mega's in the 45.9s. Hold the phone, ladies and gentlemen. Wait and see what happens next. Because I think the way that Farin Mega has been clawing in that gap, okay, he was, let me put it this way, he was well over 0.2 quicker than Mikkel Pedersen. He was well over 0.3 quicker than Rafael Renhofer. And now the two in front have got to start watching their 6 because Farin Mega is closing. Timer is about to run out. And then we go on to the final lap. Look how close the top 3 are now. It's going to be an all-out war. So final lap board is out. Just over 4/10 separate the top 3. Farin Mega looking a little bit closer to Mikkel Pedersen at this particular juncture. Renhofer holding on to the lead at the moment as they go through into the S's for what will be the 10th and final time of this race. And now Mikkel Pedersen realises how close Farin Mega is. Mega's looking to try and get past not just one. There goes Pedersen for the lead. He pushes Renhofer wide. That allows Farin Mega to get through, and Farin Mega's going to get the lead. Farin Mega on the final lap of the race waited and saw that Pedersen would go for it. He had a hunch. He had an inkling. Renhofer won the first heat, and now out of the final corner, Farin Mega wins heat 2 in junior Rotax by 2/10 after dramas for Renhofer when Pedersen went up the inside to take the lead, and all of a sudden Farin Mega was there to capitalise. Well played, young sir. Nikita Genza takes 4th place ahead of Nevio Fischer. Bruno Molders in 6th, Matthias Turlo, Louis Heichel, Janis Diak and Rafael Balzer ran at the top 10. Maximilian Schreier in 11th ahead of Louis Jacobs, Louis Detling, Leandro Fischer, Jonny Mertz, Gregor Fagenspan, Jonas Ungrada, David Schnell, Adrian Rohr and Olli Glan running at the top 20, with Tom Müller, Moritz Volber and Hugo Gürtel completing the 23 that finished the race with, unfortunately, retirement from the 282 of Montego Marson on lap number 6.
Pushing, aber das hat tatsächlich keine großen Auswirkungen. Hat sich an der 23. und letzten Position aufgehalten, nachdem Montego Marson ausgefallen ist als 24. Und dann werden wir jetzt gleich um 17:47 Uhr in 6 Minuten uns mit den Rotax Senioren auf der Strecke mit Vorlauf Nummer 2 beschäftigen.
So, 3 more races to go. Next up, race 10 of the meeting. Senior Rotax Heat 2. Here's the starting grid. Maddox Fiat starts once again from pole position alongside Luca Thiel, our Heat 1 winner. Nico Hanke and Linus Hensen, who rounded out the top 3 in the earlier heat, start on row 2. Bennett Arends and Luca Costa, row 3. Lucas Hartmann, Jan Heinen, row 4. Lucas Thompson and Max Busch complete the top 10. Darius Nito and Moritz Schmeiz, row number 6, ahead of Finch Diak and Lukas Vavajnak. Adrian Dobric and Andrei Petropoulos round at row 8, ahead of Kian Agasede and Giuseppe Fico, who complete the top 9 rows. Top 20 completed once again by Leander Luke Schneider and Mats Johan Overhoff. Luisa Kehler, Lasse Reinhardt, Philipp Keskik, Vivian Michel Heit, Finley Hamfrecht, Denny Berndt, Mark Schubmann round out the 27 that have made their way onto the grid, but I can't seem to see Maximilian Pergand out on the circuit at the moment. The timer has, the transponder has not come across the timing beam quite yet. So again, another 10 minutes plus an additional lap to go before these drivers also get a little bit of respite and recuperation time. So after this, we'll have DD2 and DD2 Masters, which will conclude the heat stay action here at Kerpen Mannheim for the penultimate round of the 2021 Rotax Max Challenge Germany season. And the final round will be held at at Wittenborn, a short drive outside of Frankfurt in early October. Right, 27 drivers go into the tram lines. Revs rise. Are we ready? And it looks like Pergand has actually made it on, because now they've let them loose and they go steamrolling into turn 1 and into the lead. Stays Maddox Fiat. Looks like Bennett Arends has gone through, but someone's a bit slow. That looks to be possibly the 366, maybe, of Luca Costa or Lukas Vavajnak, I believe. The 369 looked to be the more prevalent number right there and then. Maddox Fiat leads the way. Looks like Bennett Arends has made his way up into second position. And it's Nico Hanke. Linus Hensen looks to be in the top 5, as there's a whole gaggle being led by Lucas Thompson from Karlsruhe. Further down the order, and that's from 7th onwards. First lap now completed. Wirtz leads, Arends in second, Hanke, Köster, Hensen, Thiel, Thompson, Hartmann, Busch, Nito. That's your top 10. Oh, and Maddox Wirtz has just been, not unceremoniously, but very much forced wide, but with enough racing room for Bennett Arends to now take the lead, and he's gotten away from Nico Hanke. Linus Hensen looking to get into P3 very early doors, and right with comes Luca Costa, I believe, or that could be. Luca Costa is ahead of Linus Hensen, so that means that Maddox Wirtz will be behind the current reigning defending champion, who is also the points leader. Lap 2 in the books. Bennett Arends leads by just over 0.3 of a second from Nico Hanke. Luca Costa completes the top 3. Anyone might remember Costa's antics in Mulsen last year, where he managed to get through as all Wirtz and Hensen went side by side, and Hensen got through. Hensen kept it planted. I think has stayed in 4th place. That is the case because Luca Thiel, the Heat 1 winner, now up into 6th position and is closing on Linus Hensen. And it looks like, I think, that Maddox Fiat could be losing a handful of places, because now Luca Thiel closing in and sizing up Linus Hensen for a move. And there's a whole train behind. I think I count at least 7 or 8 drivers in that train. And that would be the train that's being led by Max Busch, and at the front of it is Maddox Fiat. So you've probably got the likes of Petropoulos at the back end of that train in 14th position. And you've got the likes of Giuseppe Fico battling away with Kian Agasade for what is 15th on the road. Agasade's got past Adrian Dobric. Luisa Keller's got past Mats Johan Overhoff, who, with the former now being behind the Leander Luke Schneider, as they filter their way through into the back part of the circuit. 7 minutes and 8 seconds on the clock, plus an additional lap still to go in this race. And your guess is as good as mine. Who is going to come up trumps on? Who's going to come out on top in terms of the results at the end of this race? This is very, very much a case of senior Rotax. It's what I like to call the most unpredictable category in karting. And I firsthand found that out in April 2018. Just ask Bradley Barrett and or what was it, Jordan Brown-Nutley and Max Timmermans. Those are two names that people should know if you're in the Rotax racing family. I'm sure that some of my international colleagues would know about that as well. But Bennett Arden still leads the way. And still has a lead of about 0.3 of a second. The gap really hasn't been truncated that much by Nico Hanke in the Door Motorsport number 306. But looks like Luca Thiel might be going up the inside of Luca Costa. Takes third position on lap number 6 through turn 2. And Luca Costa quickly responds but can't get past. That nearly opened the door up for Linus Henson to get through. And Henson has got through. That was a brilliant bit of anticipation by Linus Henson on that particular occasion. Now the chase begins. Everyone's got to find that bullseye on the back of Bennett Arden's race overalls at the moment. He's now half a second up the road from Nico Hanke. Maddox Wirtz has now put in the fastest lap of anybody, 45.343 seconds. Are you kidding me? Where's Maddox Wirtz at the moment? P8. And Maddox Wirtz did that on lap number 4. Goes to show that he might have had a good time in qualifying, but the racing for Maddox Wirtz has been something completely different altogether. And now Luca Thiel is winding up the wick. He wants to be at the sharp end of the grid for the pre-final tomorrow. You can tell by the way he's absolutely charged onto the back bumper of Nico Hanke. Just wait until the opportunity presents itself, because I think it's going to be through turn 2 on the very next lap. Lap number 7 completed. On to 8 we go. Luca Thiel running into the wheel tracks through turn 1. There's the move. It's going to start happening now. And he's going to outbrake Nico Hanke going into turn 2. Makes the job a good one. And gets into second position. So through into the next left-hander. And now the chase begins. Luca Thiel has got plenty of time, but he's going to be bringing along. Now look who he is bringing along. Nico Hanke and Luca Thiel. There is one car over on the right-hand side of the circuit. That is Lukas Vavarjanak, I would imagine, or possibly Finn Stiak, because Finn Stiak has dropped like a stone that has been dropped in the pond, and you get all the ripples behind. So the lead now, 0.75 of a second between first and second position, as Henson now up the inside of Hanke going into turn 2, and now takes P3. This is good consistency from Linus Henson. He knows it's not a marathon, he knows it's a marathon, not a sprint. And on this particular occasion, I don't think he'd be too displeased with the successes he's had today. He was third in the first heat earlier on, and now he's P3. That's going to help him quite a bit. So looks like Finn Stiak is going to be another retirement. So Lukas Vavarjanak and Finn Stiak out of the race. We're down to 26 drivers. Maximilian Pergand actually started from the pre-grid. So might have had a technical drama. So there must have been fettling on the 3:05 to get it race ready. Now Luca Thiel is charging. Maddox Wirtz still has the fastest lap, but Luca Thiel 45.473 seconds from the 3:99 and has got the gap down to just under 5.5 of a second. Two minutes and 40 still to go, plus an additional lap. Top 5 rounded out by Lukas Hartmann, covered by 1.7 seconds. And now the gap between the top 5 is now just under 1.4. Lukas Hartmann closing on Nico Hanke for what is 4th position on the road. We're into the last 2 minutes, and it's not going to be easy for those that need to attack, those that need to defend. Arens has got Lucatiel closing in. Gap now down to just under 3.5 tenths of a second. So through the chicane, into the left-hander. Now Linus Henson finds himself pretty much at the sharp end of the grid once again. Lap number 12 we are now on to, as Hartmann looking up the inside of Handke, gets up the inside through turn 2. Nice little overtaking spot there at the end of the lengthy curved start-finish straight. And the gap between Lucatiel is right on Bennett Arens at the moment, and that is for the lead. Linus Henson has got the ringside seat and is waiting to see if anything develops in front, because that could happen. Remember what happened in the previous heat for the juniors. Dramas between Mikkel Pedersen and Rafael Renhofer opened the door for Farin Mega. I can see that happening again. But now, we still have this plus another 2 laps to go. Lap number 12 completed, on to lap number 13 out of 15. So Finchtiak out on lap 6. Lukas Vavajnak out on lap 5. And now, there's a great battle happening behind, because Maddox Wirtz has now caught up to Nico Handke and has put in a 45.084. Here's the battle for the lead. Top 3, line astern. Keep your eyes on Lucas Hartmann just behind, because this is going to be down to the wire. There goes Linus Henson up the inside of Lucatiel. Floodgates are going to start opening. Lucatiel is in a pit box sort of manoeuvre. He's been sandwiched in, and that has really caused problems. Lucatiel trying to fight his way out of it. And Linus Henson has now got one up on Lucatiel, who won the first heat. So, penultimate lap of the race. Lap number 14 out of 15. Henson on the ultra-defensive on Lucatiel. Nico Handke trying to go around the outside of Lucas Hartmann. Is he going to make that work through turn 3? He has! That's a brilliant move. Nico Handke, take a bow. That was sterling performance from the 309 from Dor Motorsport in the Kart Republic chassis. One of the best overtakes of the season so far. Planted it and kept it stuck in. Now, second is the real focus, because Bennett Arens will be going on to the 15th and final lap momentarily. Linus Henson now has just over 1.1 kilometres to hang on for second position as the final lap board is out. Handke in 4th and is keeping it planted towards the outside. Is he going to try and do the same manoeuvre? Oh no, he gets pushed wide. Oh, he's sideways, and oh, he kicks up the dust. He's backwards onto the track. Is Nico Handke. Oh my goodness, he kept it planted around the outside of Lucas Hartmann, and Hartmann was not going to give that position up. He went, no you don't, and all of a sudden Handke goes all 4 wheels onto the grass, kicks up the dust, the back axle flies up into the air. Oh, it's what could have been for Nico Handke. But very shortly, Bennett Arens will take the checkered and win Heat 2 in Senior Rotax. Drama on the final lap for Nico Handke, who was in contention for second. Henson takes second, though. Lucatiel in 3rd. Lucas Hartmann in 4th. Maddox Wirtz in 5th. Lucas Thompson, Morris Schmeis, Luca Costa, Max Busch, and Darius Nitu round out the top 10. 11th was Jan Heinen. Kian Agasadi in 12th. Nico Handke finished in 13th, ahead of Philip Keskik. Leander Luke Schneider rounds out the top 15, ahead of Adrian Dobrich. Luisa Keller, Giuseppe Fico, Mats Johan Overhoff, and Lasse Reinhardt rounding out the top 20. Completing the 26th that finished the race, André Petropoulos, Vivian Michel Haidt, Denny Bount, Finley Hamfrecht, Mark Schupman, Maximilian Pagand, with Finchtiak and Lukas Vavajnak unfortunately retiring at the just before the halfway point of the race. So just 2 more races remain until we call it a day here at Kerpen for the penultimate round of the RMC Germany Championship here in Western Germany. DD2 up next, Heat 2, race 11 of the meeting. Mika Metz starts from pole position ahead of Lukas Hossmann. Ronny Göttler and Florian Breitenbach round out the top 2 rows ahead of Yannick Jacobs and Mark Bartels in the 401 and the 488. I'm sure that Ronny Göttler and Mark Bartels will want to get past turn 2 again after a couple of laps this time around because they both did not finish last time out. Leon Arndt and Fabian Bock round out row 4 ahead of Hannes Border and Lauren Seifried. Marcel Steinert and Jonas Wolscheid, they ran at the top 6 rows ahead of Marco Göttler and Tim Stender. Robert Schopian rounds out the top 15 ahead of Yannick Herrmann, Tristan Gebhardt and Philipp Dreschler running out the 18 strong. Another 10 minutes plus an additional lap to go. And obviously that dramatic senior Rotax Heat 2. I feel sorry for Nico Handke because he tried the same move on Lukas Hartmann that we saw with a couple of laps remaining. But then that just goes to show when you go for broke, you put it on the line, you can find out the hard way. But he'll have learnt from that. So Mika Metz did win the first heat earlier on today and won it by 7 seconds whilst everyone behind, all and sundry, was battling away over the scraps over the table. However, could it be a different story this time around? The weather has been kind to us here in Western Germany here today. Tomorrow could be a completely different story altogether. But we're going to wait and see on that one, aren't we? However, 10 minutes plus an additional lap. Mika Metz on pole, Lukas Hossmann alongside. Now, Hossmann didn't finish the first heat. Will he have a chance at a redemption this time around? Well, it looks like they've got things underway as Ronny Göttler's gotten ahead of Lukas Hossmann as they head down into turn 2 for the first time of asking 2, 3 abreast at some points. Some drivers very, very close to putting 2 wheels on the dusty grass. There's a lot of dirt, I mean, especially when you saw what dust Nico Handke kicked up in the senior Rotax second heat. But Mika Metz has got the initial jump ahead of Ronny Göttler. Lukas Hossmann rounds out the top 3. Then it's Yannick Jacobs. Hang on a second, it looks like Yannick Jacobs has been passed by Florian Breitenbach. There's Fabian Bock down in 6th position, and he started a little bit further back. So 9 minutes and 13 seconds still to go in this race, plus an additional lap. The lead for Mika Metz is now 3/10, but here comes Lukas Hossmann, steamrolling like a freight train up the inside of Ronny Göttler to take P2. So through the S's, they have gone. Mika Metz leads. Hossmann second ahead of Göttler. Breitenbach rounds out the top 4 positions ahead of Yannick Jacobs. Now the chase starts to happen. Tomorrow is going to be a very different day, but right here, right now, in the words of Fatboy Slim, we could see quite a few drivers making moves. Marcel Steiner again has catapulted himself out of just outside of the top 10 and now finds himself in P8. And where you think where Marcel Steiner finished last time, it was an FM Racing 4-5, but courtesy of Marcel Steinert and also Laurent Seifried. But Seifried not having the best of starts. He's currently P12 at the moment. Obviously, with that incident between Mark Bartels and Ronny Göttler, that changed the complete fabric of the race earlier on. And in the previous race, the 494 of Marco Göttler actually got a 5-second time penalty for a front fairing, but Mika Metz is leading the way, 9/10 ahead of Lukas Hossmann. Ronny Göttler rounds out the top 3. Florian Breitenbach, Marcel Steiner up ahead of Mark Bartels. So watch out, the 413 from FM Racing is on the move. Through the S's once again, and Hossmann is being kept honest by Göttler in the battle for second position. Florian Breitenbach is trying to push the 433 as quickly as he can. And the sweeping S's here at Kerpen, you know, there's a lot of differentiating camber You go into one part of it, like going through turn 4, that tight left-hander. You've then got a left camber, a right camber, a left camber, a right camber. It's quite deceptive. I mean, I walked the track back in November 2019, and I got a real understanding of... so you're going to see it now. So into turn 4 they go. So straight away, a little bit of a downward dip, and then the cambers start coming into play. There's a left camber coming up right there through the the ambulance crew. You can just see it's quite compact, but seeing it on these images here, it doesn't do it quite justice, I must admit. You can now see that with 6 minutes and 15 to go on the clock, plus an additional lap, Honey Göttler closing in on Lukas Hossmann. 4-second position. Mika Metz still has a lead of just over 1.25 seconds, but there goes Honey Göttler up the inside of Lukas Hossmann. Here comes Florian Breitenbach as well, so it's going to be a three-way scrap for second position. And Honey Göttler has just basically gesticulated to those behind, which includes Lukas Hossmann, hang on a second. Florian Breitenbach has got himself ahead of Lukas Hossmann. There is Yannick Jacobs and also Fabian Bock. Other changes that have happened. Marco Göttler has gotten past Lawrence Seyfried. Seyfried's having a race to forget, unfortunately. So he will look to make amends tomorrow in the pre-final and the finals. Tim Stender has dropped all the way down to stone dead last. Looks like Lawrence Seyfried's coming to a bit of strife as well, as he is currently down in 17th position and is 12.1 seconds off of the leader Mika Metz at the moment as things stand. But everything's getting a bit argy-bargy, how's your father at the moment, because Marcel Steinert is having to battle away with Fabian Bock. Those two have swapped positions more times than I've had probably hot roast dinners on a Sunday afternoon. But here is Yannick Jacobs and Lukas Hossmann. They're battling over position. That is for fourth on the road. Marcel Steinert waiting in the wings, as is Fabian Bock, as is Mark Bartels. Don't count out those that complete the top 11, maybe even the top 12. You've got Jonas Wolscheid, Robert Schorpian, Leon Arndt, Marco Göttler. They are all in the mix. 4 minutes and 10 seconds still to go, plus an additional lap. Things are getting to a crossroads here. And it is always dependent on who is going to pull the trigger first. Who's going to be the one to blink or make an unforced error. Yannick Jacobs past Lukas Hossmann, and now here comes Marcel Steinert. Hossmann looking towards the inside, goes defensive on Steinert through into turn 2. Steinert looking for an opportunity to get past, but not quite yet, is the answer that is probably on a lot of people's lips, saying, when is he going to get past? Is he going to get past? Not when, not if. Not if, it's when he's going to get past. So your guess is as good as mine, but it is close fought. Robert Schorpian looking a bit racier, now past Jonas Wolscheid, and has got Mark Bartels in the crosshairs. Has the 477. Just over 3 minutes remain in the race, plus an additional lap. Mika Metz's lead over Honey Göttler now extends to 1.476 seconds. Mika Metz now in the high 44s. 44.856 is the fastest lap time as they make their way through into turn 3. Looks like a little bit of side-by-side action, probably between Jonas Wolscheid and Leon Arndt. That is 4th, 10th on the road. Well, that could have been Hannes Border, maybe. 2 minutes and right, okay. We've had a pushing penalty given. 5-second time penalty has been given to the 439. That is Lawrence Seyfried. And that is for pushing in the eyes of race control. Marco Göttler gets past Leon Arndt for 11th position. So it looks like the lead is being extended. It's now 2.2 seconds. Mika Metz has now gone biblical on this circuit. 44.611 seconds from the 464. He's looking to extend and consolidate that championship lead going into tomorrow, because the way things stand, he'll be at that will give him an automatic 25 points for ranking after heats. So for him, this is exactly what Mika Metz needs to try and extend that gap. You can bet your bottom dollar that some drivers will not be happy about that, but it is what it is. Lawrence Eifried looks to have pulled the comp car chassis into the pits. That's a real shame for the 439. Robert Chopin has got past Mark Bartels for what is now 8th on the road, as we have 16 runners and riders still circulating. We've got 40 seconds plus an additional lap on the clock to go. Mika Metz has done exactly what he's needed to do. Stay out front, not let anyone get close, and make sure that it counts. 15 seconds on the clock. 2 more laps to go, including this one that we've just started. Lap 14 out of 15 as the timer will strike 0 as Mika Metz now makes his way through into turn 3 for what will be the penultimate time for today. Bit more of Lady Luck on the side of Ronnie Göttler, who is 2.7 seconds adrift in second position. Florian Breitenbach is about 0.7 of a second adrift in third place ahead of Yannick Jacobs. Lukas Horstmann rounds out the top 5. And Lawrence Eifried on lap number 10, unfortunately, is confirmed as a retirement. 1 more lap to go for Mika Metz, so just under a kilometre to negotiate. And that will put him at the front, the sharp end of the grid, for tomorrow's first race. Still a good little battle here between Yannick Jacobs and Lukas Horstmann in the 401 and the 412. But there is your leader. There's P2, Ronnie Göttler. Florian Breitenbach, a very steady P3. But it's only just a few more corners to go. And Mika Metz can go in tomorrow knowing that the confidence in the machinery is there. Doesn't need to worry. Out of the final corner, Mika Metz makes it 2 for 2 here today in Kerpen and wins the second heat by 3.1 seconds ahead of Ronnie Göttler. Florian Breitenbach rounds out the top 3 positions, nearly 4.1 seconds off of the eventual race winner. Yannick Jacobs completes the top 4, a further 5.7 of a second adrift, with Nies Racing's Lukas Horstmann rounding out the top 5. Marcel Steinert in 6th ahead of Fabian Bock. Robert Chopin in 8th ahead of Mark Bartels, with Marco Göttler completing the top 10 positions. Hannes Border in 11th ahead of Jonas Wolscheid. Leon Arndt, Yannick Herrmann, Tristan Gebhardt and Philipp Dreschler rounding out the 16 that finished all 15 laps of racing. Retirements, unfortunately, for Lawrence Eifried on lap 10, with Tim Stender retiring on lap number 7. So here it is, the 12th and final race of today's action for Heat Stay here at the third round of the Rotax Max Challenge Germany season here at Kerpen. So here's the starting grid for the DD2 Masters second heat. Thomas Piet, who won the first heat earlier on, starts from pole position. Alongside him will be the 526 of Michael Becker. Daniel Schollenberger rounds out the top three ahead of Andreas Frenzel. Klaus Parnett and Marco Winkler round at row 3. Row 4, it's Tommy Helfinger in the 506 and the 524 of Leonard Schreiber. Patrick Weinstock in the 585 and the 555 of Stefan Grabau round out the top 10. Stefan Epp, Konrad Bayer, Tanju Yildiz and Falco Birkholz are due to be on the starting grid as well. Tanju Yildiz not having broken the timing beam, so might be starting from the pre-grid.
Beim Master. Auch hier haben wir wieder 10 Minuten plus eine Runde Renndistanz.
So it's down to the two on the front row that will control the pace on the rolling start. Warm-up tomorrow morning begins at 9 a.m. local time and the racing action starts at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. So plenty of racing action to keep all you Rotax racing fans occupied and entertained tomorrow. Right then, 10 minutes on the clock, plus an additional lap here at Kerpen to see us through to the end of Heat Stay. Piat and Becker on the front row. Schollenberger, Frenzel, Parnett, Winkler, Helfinger, Schreiber, Weinstock and Grabau. That's your top 10. Into the tram lines we go. Are we off and racing? Looks like the timer has started counting down. So the good thing is that Thomas Piet is leading the way, but like a rat up a drain pipe, Michael Schollenberger has gotten past everybody, but I think there's been some more dramas. That's for Marco Winkler once again. Oh, he doesn't seem to catch a break this weekend, does he, Marco Winkler? Had a great run of form at Mulsen a few weeks ago, just before the third round of the Euro Trophy. So a good start already from Daniel Schollenberger, who started P3. And Andreas Frenzel looks to have made up some positions as well, has gotten up into third, so Michael Becker down in fourth place. Lap 1 in the books. 9 minutes and 12 seconds plus an additional lap still to go, as there's a little bit of argy-bargy a little bit further down the order. Marco Winkler's dropped himself all the way down unceremoniously and through a little bit of a fault of his own, maybe just had a bit of a drama. I'm not too sure if the kart's set up as well as he'd like for this particular circuit. Very different to what we had at Mulsen a few weeks ago in mid-July or early July. So it's been a little bit of a respite. They've had a little bit of a summer holiday, so to speak, have the competitors. So 8.5 minutes still to go. And Thomas Piet is being closed in on. Daniel Schollenberger is closing in hand over fist and has gone quickest of anybody. 45.695 seconds by Schollenberger. Frenzel rounds out the top three. Daniel Yildiz not making it to the start, I'm afraid. Looks like he's a non-starter. Marco Winkler now gets his way past Konrad Bayer, who rounds out the top 12. Klaus Parnett in 8th. Stefan Epp ahead of Leonard Schreiber, who completes the top 10. So just under 8 minutes remain, plus 1 lap in today's racing action here at Kerpen Mannheim. This battle here is starting to captivate a little bit of interest, but in the meantime, the battle for the lead is still very much on, because Daniel Schollenberger and Thomas Piet are closing in on one another. And then you look at the battle for third, fourth and fifth. Michael Becker is the comp cart meat in a sody sandwich at the moment, because he's got Andreas Frenzel ahead, Tommy Helfinger behind. And Helfinger didn't have a good run of luck, unfortunately, at Mulsen but could have a bit more of an opportunity to get into the title picture going into the final round at Wickenborn on the 2nd and 3rd of October. Local time now 6:30 in the afternoon, in the evening. So the sunshine has started to fade away a little bit. Thomas Piet being closed in on once again by Daniel Schollenberger. Andreas Frenzel and Michael Becker have pulled away from Tommy Helfinger a little bit here. So whether Helfinger's made a little bit of an error, that can sometimes happen when you're pushing the limits of adhesion as Schollenberger. Oh no! Thomas Piet has dramas. He's looking at the right-hand side. That's where the engine is. Thomas Piet could have gone for the double, and now his double victory has been thrown like water under the bridge. A mechanical problem has caused the 550 to break down on the start-finish straight, handing the lead to Daniel Schollenberger. Oh my goodness. There are more twists and turns than the never-ending story here today. We've seen it all. We've seen mechanical breakdowns. We've seen start skirmishes. We've seen dramas in overtaking opportunities. And now we have another driver that has had technical gremlins scupper their heats day. And that person that suffered more than anybody is Thomas Piet. A real shame for the 550, because that now means his race, his day is done. It was looking oh so promising for the 550, and now this means he's going to be on the back foot tomorrow. But the one thing you can count on is that if Thomas Piet wants to prove a point, he's going to do it tomorrow, and he's going to show everybody what he is capable of. But Daniel Schollenberger now, I think, is probably a little bit happier. He's got no one in front of him, but that's a real shame for Thomas Piet. So across the line, Michael Becker now closes to within half a second of Daniel Schollenberger. Tommy Helfinger now rounds out the top three and is putting in 45.6s at the moment. Andreas Frenzel now finds himself in fourth ahead of Stefan Grabau, who took a victory earlier on this season. It's not been easy for any of these drivers. Klaus Barnett, Stefan Epp, Marco Winkler, Lennart Schreiber complete the top 10. Konrad Bayer rounds out the top 11 ahead of Falco Birkholz, and Tanju Yildiz has joined us. I think he's looking at this as a glorified test session. Well, he does like to get his laps in, does Tanju Yildiz. Nicest guy you would ever want to meet at a karting circuit, but still can go out there and, you know, kick some butt and take some names in the process. So 3.5 minutes to go in this race, and Schollenberger is feeling a little bit of heat under the collar because Michael Becker is closing in. There you got Tommy Helfinger now ahead of Andreas Frenzel for P3. Stefan Grabau continues to round out the top five. Thomas Piet is an unfortunate declared retirement and will be classified in 14th at the end of this race. A real shame for the 550, but it just goes to show in motor racing anything can happen. Unpredictability is one of those words that does get thrown around quite a bit, particularly by myself. But you can now see the unpredictability factor is coming in because Michael Becker's right on the back bumper of Daniel Schollenberger. The gap was nearly 0.3 of a second just a few moments to go. Looks to be a little bit closer this time. Right out of the final corner, there's the two leaders. Becker's going to be within 0.2, I fear. 0.239. And it looks like we're going to have a penalty. I've got a feeling that is going to be Stefan Epp that has got a 5-second time penalty for causing a collision. which is now confirmed. So Stefan Epp will drop in front of Konrad Bayer, so we'll drop to 10th place if things were to finish as they are now. We've got just under 2 minutes remaining, plus 1 lap in this race. And Daniel Schollenberger, as a result of the tribulation, well, the dramas that befell one Thomas Piet on lap number 5, has got to keep himself in front of Michael Becker. And for good reason, because Becker was 8 points behind him coming into this round here at Kerpen. So Becker is one of the drivers that will be competing for the title at the end of this season. And the finale in Witgenborn will take place just a couple of months before the grand finals in Bahrain between the 18th, the 11th and the 18th of December 2021. Some drivers have already qualified for this, but we always give out the tickets at the end of the championship season. And Witgenborn, since its roll on the calendar last October, has been fully resurfaced, so a new challenge will await the drivers in early October this year. So this plus another 2 laps to go. We're on lap number 13 out of 15. Daniel Schollenberger still leads ahead of Michael Becker. Tommy Helfinger leads the battle for 3rd place ahead of Andreas Frenzel with Stefan Grabau very much closing in. Daniel Schollenberger has got the fastest lap of the race, 45.107 seconds here as we've got 20 on the clock remaining. So there we go, on to the penultimate lap. Lap number 14 out of 15. And Michael Becker waiting. He's got this plus another lap to try and get past Schollenberger to get the lead and take the victory. But Schollenberger, we've seen it before this season, that Schollenberger is not easy to get past. Through the sweeping S's. There you can see the cambers on certain parts of the track, predominantly a left side down camber through part of it. Very deceptive indeed. I've seen it from various angles as they go through the chicane. So this time, last lap board of day 1 for round 3 of the season. Schollenberger leads by just over a quarter of a second from Michael Becker. Becker's got to do something if he wants to win. He's got to try and do something now. But I think he's leaving it right up until the dying moments, because look how close he is to Schollenberger at the minute. They go through into turn 4, into 5. He's not going to be close enough through the S's, but can he motor on and get a little bit of headway? If he brakes a little bit later than Schollenberger, uses the 522 as a marker, but I don't think it's going to be enough. No, looks to be the case, because now Schollenberger is pulling away from Becker. And that is going to call time on today's action here in Kerpen, because now Schollenberger out of the final corner. He's going to win heat number 2 for DD2 Masters by 0.3 of a second ahead of Michael Becker. And it could have been a double for Thomas Piet, but technical dramas hit the 550 at the just after a third of the race itself. On lap 5, he broke down on the start-finish line. Tommy Helfinger takes P3. Andreas Frenzel rounds out the top 4 ahead of Stefan Grabau. Patrick Weinstock in 6th ahead of Klaus Parnett. Marco Winkler. Stefan Epp, who gets a 3-second time penalty for causing a collision. That will drop him to 10th place behind Lennart Schreiber, but ahead of Konrad Bayer, with Falco Birkholz and Tanju Yildiz being the last of the classified drivers. Tanju Yildiz only did 11 laps at the end of it. So that is it. But Daniel Schollenberger looking good for tomorrow in DD2 Masters. So that's it for today. Das war's also für heute. see you all tomorrow morning when the racing action gets underway at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Wir sehen uns alle morgen früh, wenn die Rennen um 10 Uhr morgen beginnen. And we wish you all a very pleasant evening. Wir wünschen Ihnen allen einen schönen Abend. Bis morgen. See you tomorrow. Thanks for watching.